place. The Cons has aggressed up. Draken needs to be careful here. He's a hell of a lot closer than I think he realizes.
Oh, love this positioning from Eku. Previously, they were unwilling to have a little bit of aggression towards middle or long or anything of that sort, but this time around, they're super comfortable with it. Estonia looking like they're smurfing. As far as these pushes are concerned, not a single kill being found by the terrorist side, and that is going to stay true until the very end of the round. 11-10 into the breach. Economically distraught. Down to around 2,500 on a couple of these players, so no buy should be made. Perhaps we see a deagle and some armors coming out, but other than that, Estonia are doing an incredible job at continuing to dent ITB. Yeah, there it is. You can see that there's a Desert Eagle. There's a set of armor on Cypher, but that is pretty much it.
Those pistols here. This would be a pretty brutal round for them to win. We've seen them in the past pull off heroics at times like this, but slow stuff. Estonia really been back in the picture. The last time these two teams played this map, it actually ended up concluding 16-14. So I was expecting this to be close, especially if Into the Breach did come back into this. Okay. Nice open shot with the Desert Eagle. Sorry, the AWP onto the Desert Eagle. With Fates on the angle as well. They've actually got a double AWP setup of their own. Eku with that secondary. Dust 2, a map that double AWP setup really is viable.
Here come ITB though. Little jump boost getting ready up. Draken for little jump in. Superman unfortunately doesn't have great accuracy, but Face is just going to be backing off. No reason to press the issue with an AWP. At least they can get the bomb down, which is actually quite big, all things considered. Don't really expect them to get away with something like that when they've only got pistols. The only player that even had armor gets picked apart. There come the rifles, though. Not a whole lot that Rusty can do. Cons and Fates going wild. And Adam is just going to act as a menace before he eventually falls.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that is quite a bit of work done being, actually. And if he had known that Cons and Fates are that low, I think we might have even seen a little bit more action.
Ooh. Putting down to 2 HP. When he hit that shot jumping, I thought that was actually the kill. I was like, whoa.
Yeah, me too, but it was just a player falling into the site.
Yeah. He's done a lot of damage there, though. That could have been 3-4 kills. Either way, two players dropping, scoreline tying up 11-11, and guns come out once again. Still a double up setup on the other side of things. Eku and Fates to wield them. Draken with one of his own headed over towards lowers, hoping for some kind of aggression. It's there. Fates looking to pry into mid. He's actually got that secondary sniper as well, watching lower from shore. Adam, you need to be careful. You're about to walk into the AWP's crosshair. Eku still patient on the angle. They're going to boost over. Yeah, they do. Don't spot Eku, though, but he misses his shot. Oh, no, he's in trouble.
A bit of a slowdown from both rosters. Bates has given up his position, though. That early op shot, that flashbang works as intended, right? It baits out the information that they were looking for. And ITB can sort of have the gears turning now. Where do they eventually want to aggress? Now, they do have the bomb situated in lower tunnels, and with how the time is ticking down, they want to start making a move soon. Oh my goodness, how does Cypher end up losing that duel? Andu comes out of long, has no trouble, absolutely decimating the head of Cypher. And with only 30 seconds, you can start to see ITB now making a move towards B.
The man advantage, Estonia. In a good spot here with 3 players over towards the B site, but now the pressure starts to pile on. They're not clearing car. What's good for one? Draken does fight back, needs to hit this close shot, and he does. Oh my goodness, Draken. Only one man would hit shots like that with 20 HP, though. Swaps out to the AK, and maybe that's his demise. Eku finishes him off with the sniper. Estonia take the lead for the first time in quite a while here on Dust 2.
Yeah, but you know what? That's not even a problem for them because now they've got all the pieces ready to be able to cement this lead further. Look at how much money EQ has. Sitting on around 6,000 even after buying an AWP and dropping over to a teammate. Fates is sitting on around 9k. Everybody else doesn't even matter. They've got enough economy now to fall back onto for a couple rounds, which means that now ITB are fighting a very difficult uphill battle. They're on the T side. They don't have money. They're fighting against great economy. So they're going to need a miracle, and this is exactly the kind of miracle I'm talking about. Cypher with a headshot through Andu. Unfortunately, Cons is going to have a very favorable long-range duel since he's got the A1S as they start to progress in long.
The Tech 9's really become viable again. By no means is it the 2016 Tech 9 that was way too overpowered, but rounds like this, yeah, fly in for an entry frag. Can be very, very powerful. 4v4, long control obtained, and Estonia are actually really just sort of giving up this A side a little bit. They'll let them on, they'll play for the retake here. Adam creeping his way up. They don't really have a lot of util to clear these positions, but if they identify that he's in Gandalf, there is an incendiary. In fact, they'll deploy it anyway. Flushes him out, but they're not holding the angle. Cons gets away with a headshot, a drive-by.
Oh, Rusty has to push the gas a little bit because he's getting burnt up. Draken and Dabo now, they've got a bit of a crossfire going on. Dabo is responsible for keeping things a little easier for Draken, but he... What was that? How did Watts even get that kill? For a second there, I thought Fates turned around and might have gotten the kill with the USP, but no, okay. Watts is the one that gets it with an A1S. Still incredible because Draken was holding it with a scoped rifle, but regardless, man, that just really comes down to individual brilliance from Estonia.
Yeah, once again, right? I mean, there's a bit of a mistake there from Into the Breach. They've deployed that incendiary onto Gandalf, and then no one's actually watching it. So, yeah, Cons is just able to swing and find the kill. The whole point of that is to flush him out. You're not expecting him to just stand there and burn, right? The point of the incendiary is to flush him out, be on the angle, be ready for it. Dobbo had the spawn to peek into long, does so, but misses the shot. So, maybe a bit of a wasted opportunity. Drops it back over to Draken. Fates under pressure, though. But Cons is there to support. Oh, it's perfect. Nice little 2-for-1. Draken there to try and catch him out when he retreats. Oh, good flashbang note. Oh, that's perfect. Fates so well played. Such good awareness from him.
Oh man, it really feels like ITB are feeling a little locked out most of the time. And Estonia are actually doing a really good job at keeping things very close.
When Draken got flashed.
Great, we get to hear some voice comms as well. That is our version of having player cams and having a voice chat.
Yeah. It's pro tier, man.
Mm-hmm.
The player comms. Interesting. Well, disadvantage, but still weaponry and util behind them, and still confidence they might be able to pull this one off. 3 players grouping up. This is almost definitely going to be an A hit, and they've got a chance with this kind of divided 2-2 setup. 2B players pretty preoccupied, and a long rotation if they do want to go and support their teammates. It all just comes down to whether ITB can find these entries. Smoke in, flying out onto the A bomb site, and Adam with a bit of a one-way needs to find his jewel onto the AWP. Instead, isolates the Goose player, and the trade's there. Bomb will go down.
That was a really good job at making sure the Goose player is down, but the problem is there's still an AWP on long. These are very difficult duels for the Ts to endure through, but if ITB can make it past this line, then they can make it past anything. Good smoke to allow Dabo some mobility to try and fight back against the onslaught of CTs coming through. CT spawn. Fates with a USP can be so damn deadly. Draken, nice shot, piercing through the forehead, but he unscopes at the wrong time, and Watts will capitalize. Estonia, once again, they've gotten the defuse, and that is a comfortable round.
Solid stuff again from Estonia. It really does feel like Into the Breach of come close several times, but yeah, constantly in these situations, there haven't been any of these magical moments, you know? Those kind of moments that we saw yesterday where it's a 4v2, the odds are stacked against them, and Dobbo gets a multi-kill with the Desert Eagle, and things start to go their way. That hasn't really been the case when they've had the early disadvantages. They've generally lost the round off the back of it. 14-11, another tactical pause here for the English side because they need it. They lose this round, it's game over. Estonia will be on that point. They won't have any money, and they'll be playing for 4 in a row to get to overtime. So very, very important round for them to be picking up here. And yeah, things just haven't really been going their way. Nothing they've tried in the last 5 has worked.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you see a deficit like 14-11, then you start to think back on what was happening earlier in the game. Why is ITB in this position to begin with? Well, I know it's because they gave up 6 to 7 rounds in a row to Estonia early on, very early on in the game. And when you have a problematic CT side like that one, regardless of how decent you can make your T side, unfortunately, it's simply not going to pay the bills. Still a chance, though. Estonia have definitely put their foot down, and after their abysmal performance against the Flames yesterday, I was really starting to count them out. I think I was also starting to get a little biased to every other team, so good little reality check for everybody else in this tournament as well. I think the thing I was saying about ITB starting to feel a little more comfortable knowing that they can have a relatively easier matchup before they go up against the Flames, that is going to go out the window. A nice shot for the opener from Draken.
Yeah, perfect stuff. A man advantage when they really do need it, and untraded as well. That's kind of the key factor here. Feels like every single time they've found an opening, it's instantly gone back the other way. Dobbo ready for Eku's aggression. Quick enough to the trigger, but only connects the shot to the knee. Refrag brings us back into a 4-on-4. Cypher doesn't really want to reaggress by himself, especially not with the bomb, so has to stay reserved. But as Echo starts to push back forward, Cypher needs to be careful. Reels it in a little bit. Minute on this clock. Fates holding the mid door. Arsenal, another free kill for them. A man advantage now swinging their way after a rough start.
An attempt at catching the Opera early on with a flashbang, but he's already repositioned. Fates is no longer under threat by the players from shore, but unfortunately for them, they've actually given up long quite significantly. This nade isn't going to do much damage because it's a little too narrow, but at least they've got a player on long platform. Oh my god, I love how they just have nades ready and waiting to just stack them onto the site. And with a Molotov coming through as well, this is not going to be easy for ITB to hold. They are losing HP left and right.
Well, bomb down again. This is their time to defend against all odds. Fates with the USP again, though. Pulling off heroics. Draken completely out of position. I don't even know if the bomb's planted for it. They get on the defuse. Cons with a kit. He's just going to be able to hold this one. Draken finds the first kill, but not the man on the site. Cons is able to swing out and trade him as well. And that's just a massive oversight again into the breach. Looking like they might be able to pull it off for the man disadvantage. But the bomb not planted for Draken is going to be what plagues him.
Yeah, that definitely comes back to haunt him, right? I mean, the bomb was planted for him, right? It was on the edge of short, so they had to expose themselves while defusing, if I'm not wrong. But still, if your Opera's already shown presence in CT, and he's gotten 2 kills, and he's come all the way back around short, and even gotten ready for another kill, at that point, there's not really a whole lot he can do. But yeah, 4-round deficit. At least they get another crack at it with a decent buy. It's not the best in the world. Some utility is going to be lacking, but it's got 4 AKs and an AWP, so you can still make this rodeo happen. And the threatened economy of the CTs, that at least gives them a lifeline if they can just get past this one obstacle.
Cons. Oh, he hears all of these steps. He's got his teammate Fates with him on this side of the door to provide some support. They've got 3 players here. stacked between this ramp and the B bomb site. What a shot from Draken, responsible on Fates though. Now they know they're funneling in towards the B tunnels, and Eku sprays away. Molotov to go in. It's perfect. Man advantage goes the T's way. Luckily, they've got a bit of time on the clock. They haven't cut this too fine, so they can reel it in. They'll re-aggress with a flashbang. Fates on the other side. Threads the needle, shoots between them, and now under a lot of pressure. Does find one, so a 2v1 as Andor comes in from the back lines.
Problem is, Andrew's actually quite quick on this. I don't think they're going to be expecting him. Runs out, knows exactly where the position is, and tries to fight back against Dabo as well. But ITB are going to hang by a thread and still challenge Estonia here on Dust 2. Now, the thing is, after the loss bonus, Estonia are still going to be able to buy up yet another round. But the problem is, if they then lose another round, then you're probably looking at 2 rounds where they're out of commission, and that's simply not enough of a margin, right? If ITB can get to 13, that's when you can pretty much guarantee that they might be able to make it to 15 as well. Very excited to see if we're going to see an overtime already in the first map of the day. Draken, lingering in the Molotov, is ready to gamble with his life. Doesn't want to betray his spidey sense, but it will betray him instead. Bit of a slowdown now.
An important round from the last. It came very, very close. Andor absolutely could have pulled off that clutch. Minute 10 on this
like
clock.
That. I like that Draken tried to throw that very difficult hint smoke, and then he checked just to see if it actually landed, but it didn't. Made me a little sad.
Brutal. Contact made on log. Into the breach, not going to over-aggress though. Rotation's already been pulled over. Molly deployed. I like this from Cypher. A little gap just to see if anyone's aggressing off of that Molotov. Oh, they're right behind you. Be careful. He's going to fall, but valuable information. They've lost the B tunnel's control.
Bunker fallen, and now as they're moving in towards long, to get a little unlucky because Cons can get a beautiful spray going on. They've at least managed to kill the player on site, but weaponry is going to be great for the CTs to retake. Now, they only have 1 flashbang, which is probably the most difficult part of this entire retake, but at least for their sake, the Ts don't have any utility either. Little crossfire setup, and who gets 1. Cons moves out, ramp player collected. Dabo tries to go for another, but Estonia are going to put their foot down. 16-12, and ITB, they're starting to feel the pressure.
Well, no, that's it. 16-12. It's absolutely perfect from Estonia. I mean, they haven't lost a single one of those scenarios where they're in a retake and they've got a man advantage. There's not been any upsets. They've been sort of trading very nicely off of each other. They played very well on Dust 2, to be perfectly honest. Underdogs in the series, definitely having a big advantage on Dust 2, purely down to the fact that it's a map that they're super comfortable with. It's their pick. But they've done well. They've done well to beat Into the Breach. They lost to them on this very map just a few weeks ago, and they've bitten back with a fair bit of force. I'm excited to see what they can do on map number 2. Unfortunately, I think that Into the Breach should still be able to bite back and will end up on a 3rd, but we'll wait and see. Estonia, they've got a bit of wind in their sails. They've got some momentum behind them, so maybe a chance for an upset.
Absolutely. Now, I am looking forward to whether or not Estonia are going to have a lights out performance here, because, like I said, win condition was always going to be at least getting past that Dust 2, right? And the pressure is now mounting for ITB. As soon as you see that 16 pop up, you know, oh my goodness, we've lost against a team we thought we were going to have a comfortable game against. And then we also have the Flames to play against. So really starting to have a bit of pressure come towards you, but we are going to see how it's actually going to unfold right after a short break on map number 2, Overpass.
able to take in the last 3 months on it was against this roster at 16-14 a few weeks ago. Now they go into this second game. It's Overpass. It's one that they are pretty confident with. I think these guys are good on Overpass. They've had some solid results against some solid teams recently. It's the map that they've played the most of as well in the last 3 months. And when I say solid results against solid teams, I'm talking about sides like Havu and Tropic, yeah, sort of ecstatic. Some big names in there that they've been taking some pretty convincing wins against. So I think that they're definitely going to be filled with confidence going into this one. Whereas for Estonia, they haven't been playing as much CS. Their map pool's not as wide. They do float overpass. It's not one of their permabans, but they've only played it twice recently, taking one win against Royals, which I'm a big fan of Royals. I'm a big Swaggy fan. I love the boys, but definitely a lower caliber of opponent than Into the Breach. So we'll see how they get on. Without further ado, folks, we will be jumping right into the match. It'll be Estonia starting off on their CT side. We'll see how things go. Hit and a smoke on Andal. On the other side of things, it's Adam with the utility and presence early on towards the B.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned immediately that Estonia are starting on the CT side because that is going to be very important. The fact that they can have at least a bit of an advantage heading into a map that they're generally uncomfortable with. And look at how much space they already have. That is going to allow Watts to go for the rotation. Perhaps Iku can do just the same, and Cons, knowing that he's allowed Fates to clear so much of the positions out, he can go back as well. But is it going to happen quickly in time? Apparently not, because it's going to have to be a 5-on-5 retake with just a kit and no utility.
Oh, nice trade there. Cons aggressing up close, playing for this retake, but this time they won't have any luck. Completely locked out. Couple of kills found, but Into the Breach. They steamroll that one. They do so nicely. Getting the round and getting the bomb plant gives them loads of cash to work with in this next. I'm interested to see if Estonia are actually force buy into this one or not. A couple of nice shots hit there, but nothing too crazy. Solid stuff from him. Into the Breach, not really challenged there at all in that round. We do see a force buy. There it is. Pistols and a scout. We'll see what they can do with it.
Yeah, I mean, that was a little unfortunate, actually, from Estonia's perspective. You know, they had so much information. Ooh, we're going to have to stop that narrative for a second, because Fates could actually still make this a very, very fortunate outcome. EQ pushed up quite significantly with the Desert Eagles, so he can at least get quite a bit of information. Fates has kept them at bay early on. In the meantime, though, the bomb is going to start making its way towards long. So the problem here for ITB is that they actually have their resources quite heavily split up. So Estonia, if they double down on the duels towards long, if they can spot the bomb, then it would be very easy to take them off the server and then potentially just play around, huddling around that bomb, just get all the boys together, and be too difficult of a task. Big kill from Draken. One of the more important members of Estonia being taken out, but at least the scout can be comfortably recovered. EQ now on the same duties.
Eku on the bomb site, scout in hand. Oh, what a shot. That's unbelievable. Would have been crazy if he'd followed up with another, but he's done his job there as the defender of the site. Brings the numbers to evens. A chance for the retake. Oh, Cons, he's checking his corner instead of the planter. And now it all falls onto Watt's shoulders. 2 players low on health, so doable, but definitely not likely.
Yeah, that got very unfortunate for Cons, because had he looked over towards truck maybe half a second earlier, we would see a very different outcome. But still, pretty significant damage being dished out to the T-side squad. But the problem is, damage is not what you're looking for when you go into a force buy like that one. You know for a fact now that Estonia are going to have to back off for a round. Just let the cylinders cool off for a little bit longer. Let that money build up once again before they can challenge ITB. From the T's perspective, though, this should be a pretty easy throwaway round. I think Rusty actually only bought dualies, so that's something interesting. I've never really seen that happen, especially not with full utility. But it kind of makes sense, you know, if you want to have just that extra bit of money for the AWP later. I can first in. Thought he was going to be able to do a bit more off the back of that AK, but it's going to be Fates to take one down.
Oh, spraying away. Andal from behind. Julies. Flattering. Fates taken out as well. And a decent amount of damage, to be honest, considering they just have pistols. But unless Eku can do anything from the back lines, I think this should still be a comfortable round for Into the Breach. He could find himself a kill or two, though.
Yeah, the issue is that Adam and Cypher are actually quite low on HP, and the position he's coming in from, it's not very easy to clear either. got a tiny advantage when it comes to playing around that ramp. Nice headshot, and okay. Now, this is actually within the realm of possibility, but Rusty, the healthiest player in that squad, will pop out, make it look nice and easy. And Estonia will finally get their first chance at fighting back.
An absolute crunch there. As I say, challenged a little bit more than I think they would have liked by those pistols. A really nice shot from Eku there. Could have been against any HP player when he's hitting a headshot like that, but unfortunately it's on Cypher. The low HP man takes first contact. 3-0 into the breach, really putting their foot down early here on overpass. The damage. Nade should finish him off. There it is. Draken gone instantly. That's a really nice start from Eku. That's brilliant. How is he still alive?
Yeah, sorry, I was experiencing an epic crash over on my end, so I'm gonna have to let you carry there for a second.
And oh, nice frag. And Estonia just put their foot right back on the gas. Obviously, a bit of a weak start, but they lost the pistol round. It's kind of to be expected that they lose those follow-ups as well. Now they got the big guns in hand, though. They are looking absolutely solid. A brilliant round. A brilliant start to the round from Eku as well. Just the dink and the nade combination onto Draken, and then those smokes just providing him so much cover from Connector, and he can just dance around party, finds himself another really, really solid stuff. Adam left in the 1-on-4, but 40 seconds on this clock. Bomb in hand, 2 flashbangs, but I don't think he goes for this. I think he just tries to save that M4. They've got money, so they'll be able to buy in the next anyway. Loss bonus doesn't matter too much for him.
It's actually quite nice to see that Estonia immediately fight back as soon as they get their hands on weapons, because generally speaking, if you are playing on the opponent's map pick, you know, you're playing on the CT side, if you get shut down on a 4th round as well, then suddenly you allow for that slippery slope situation to occur, right? You know, ITB, if they get to that 4th round, suddenly you're looking at bad money once again, so don't really want to be in that situation, and like the fact that they can put their foot down immediately. And courtesy of all the damage they were doing previously, Josh, it's actually going to culminate into pretty bad money as far as ITB is concerned, so might be seeing a few Tech 9s come out as well.
Oh, yeah, I mean, economy really broken there, isn't it? Adam buying into the AK, from Cypher with 1, Draken with an AWP. It's a costly investment, but one that could pay off if he goes big with it. Some spots there. Adam, doesn't win his opening duel. That's one of the rifles gone, and retrievable by Dobbo, so he's gone and grabbed it, but 30 HP to his name right now already.
Oh, a lot of composure here from Estonia, but just one misstep from Andu. Okay, so I've like sort of been contemplating whether or not it's like Andu or if it's like Andul, because I'm thinking if it's like Andu Loco, you know?
Yep.
But like I can see Loco as a word, like a separate one, so I'm thinking of it as Andu. But anyway.
And the Loco. That's too long, though. It's too long. It's making our jobs too difficult.
Speaking of difficult, though, ITB are not really going to have their work cut out from for them here, because Dabo and Rusty are so low on HP. The one guy that can still fight back is really just Draken with 100 points of health. Nice little peek out to act as a distraction for Draken to eventually pick up the kill. And Watson Fets are now going to be on a disadvantageous retake. At least the HPs are low, though, so it's very well within the realm of possibility. Flashbang available for Fates as well before they push through. Boss trying to get an inkling, just a shoulder, anything he's looking for. They find the first player, and Watts, in the meantime, has crept through from truck. Fates is going to keep his teammate alive, and now Rusty, they know his position. Gonna try to keep them off the bomb. They both peek together. Great peek from them. And that culminated effort will lead to Estonia getting a second round.
Well, Fates, no kit, but does manage to get it in the nick of time. Estonia with a second. Hard fought. Definitely not an easy one, especially considering they were against a weak bye, but they take it. And I think they'll take anything they can get in rounds like this, where they're on their opponent's map pick. They're on the back foot. Why not? Solid stuff from Fates just to trade out there as well. So 3-2. No money again here for Into the Breach, but an interesting buy, actually. Adam completely forces into it. They're not going to have a huge loss bonus. They not going to buy around him either. So an interesting hero rifle, but we'll see what he can do with it. He's had a decent start so far this game. We'll see what round number 6 brings. On the other side of things, 4 rifles and AWP on Fates. Decent amount of util. They've deployed quite a lot of it early, though. A minute 20 on this clock. Into the Breach, taking control towards Playground. They will soon take contact with Eku, though, who's sat aggressive on long, behind this rock.
Ooh, these Desert Eagles can actually be pretty problematic for Eku if they can manage to land a shot or two. Lucky for him, though, there's not a flashbang available. As they peek out, they use the jumping, the jumping Cypher, whoever it was, Draken, as bait. And they don't even need the flashbang. They can just chuck him out like a javelin. And they don't need to press the issue any further. In fact, they're going to back off. Great distraction. An equally great kill to follow up as well. And the recovered rifle will allow them to have a much better shot when they do eventually push into B. Problem is, they don't have a lot of armor, and they'll be watched by what's on the cross. First go collected, nearly 2 follow-ups as well, lots of damage delivered, and Estonia, not sure how they want to play this. Do they want to double down on their efforts? Fates need to stifle them as well, and Andu doesn't even expose until the very end. The players over from A have already done the job. 3-3.
Yeah, solid shutdown there from Estonia, taking 2 casualties is, I suppose, something you can shrug off when your opponents are on pistols, and Adam's got that hero AK. Wasn't able to have too much impact with it, but they kind of passed it around after he died. So yeah, solid stuff, tying up this scoreline, 3-3. Into the Breach, obviously on their T side, and still very early days here on Overpass, but not looking like this sort of super comfortable one-sided match that we were expecting. Estonia really staying in the picture here.
Oof. A rough start for Cons as he gets shot on the head. I could almost hear the NS being typed in chat. And an equally good follow-up by Draken for a beautiful start to the round. Now, if you're the CT side, you're already questioning whether or not you're going to go for a save. So, trying to go for the general protocols of recovering around, trying to push into positions, trying to go for informational plays, that's already going to go out the window unless Fates can do something about the position he has. If he can find a player into Playground, if he can get some kind of... Oh, sorry, it was Eco, actually. If they can get an early kill over here, then maybe they can still toy with the idea of going for a play. Peeking out. Ooh. Unfortunate timing for Cypher. And suddenly they're back in contention.
A man advantage once again here for the ITB side. But of course it was 2. Adam only on a Mac 10, kind of sent out as the feeler for the information, see if he can catch anybody out. Fates. Aggressive in toilets, oh my goodness. They're not going to be expecting him to wrap all the way around B. They've got a good crunch in play here, but are they going to expect Andu and Eku to be in towards short? As they press forward, smoke in place. They're just going to have to spam through it. There's not a whole lot they can do except go for the boost. Plant can't be denied, though. Rusty's planted safe. Wins the duel as well, anticipates the boost. And Eku down and out of this one. Nothing more to do than to fall away and save, and he'll be lucky to be able to do so. Just about slips out of there alive.
Ooh,
what a shot.
Eku. Open settings, turn radar off. Yeah. Really nice little shot there at the end, but unfortunately it's going to be just Flare. Speaking of Flare, that's a very flashy ad there by Hellcase. Go ahead and check out our partners, of course. They've got user giveaways, they've got events, and you can use the code EDC to have a bit of a bonus when you open cases and do case battles. 10% on your refills, $0.7 as well on your first deposit. So
new event dropped today as well, by the way. The Halloween event finished yesterday, so new event dropped at midnight today, which is cool. New cases and stuff. Exciting stuff.
Oh. And who lost so much of his HP there. But the fact that they've gone for the orbital nuke over towards a boost pretty much means that they're not going to be checking again for Andu, but he lingers around for a little bit longer and eventually concedes that position. Counter to connector though, Rusty has a nice little angle, and they know that there's an AWP, and Fates gets a little too aggressive. And at this point, I'm wondering whether or not it was even worth it to double down on just having to get that kill, because they've given up an AWP for just a reward of getting one kill.
Yeah, potentially felt unnecessary. Gorbo flashed by his teammates, but they are about to funnel into this B-bomb site, and it really is on Wad's shoulders here to defend this one. All by himself. Oh, instant bullet to the noggin. Con's left alive. Deagle probably goes hunting for a rifle here, see if he can find something lying around on the floor. I'm not sure what's retrievable and where. Maybe if he can get into connector, he can grab something, but round certainly not in contention. Will be a fifth here for Into the Breach, and more than likely a sixth as well. Estonia don't have any money. Again, they keep forcing into these rounds. I think Cons falls here as well. I'm minimap casting right now, but there it is. Rusty takes him out, and 5-3.
Pretty nice way to start things off for ITB, you know, knowing it's their own map pick. They gotta really put the grunt work in. Nice little lineup of keyboards, mice, headphones, you name it. Really great stuff from Endorphy as well, who are our partners, so you can go ahead and check them out as well. Now, this shouldn't really be a very difficult round for ITB. They're only going up against pistols. It is going to be a double down from all of Estonia. Trying to play in connector, potentially use their numbers to get a kill, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Rusty falling, gives up an AK. They don't really even have armor to do something about this.
Oh, Adam. Oh, that should have been a free kill.
Oh god, I can't believe AQ tries to go for a jump there 7 times, but doesn't get punished for it at all. But yeah, I mean, ITB have actually done a really good job at starting off their T side, so I think that was sort of the narrative to begin with. I did think we were going to go to 3 maps for sure if Estonia had a great game. But still not quite over just yet for the Estonia squad. There's a good chance for them to take a tactical timeout. That's exactly what they do. So I would like to see a bit of a change in pace, because right now, for the most part, we've just seen ITB sort of be that team that is leading the pace of the game. We've only seen a couple of real pushes come out from Estonia in some of these odd rounds where they've actually never really pushed the gas up until the very end either. You know, we've seen a long push that didn't actually culminate into a full flank. We've seen a little bit of monster aggression that's gotten punished, but other than that, not really too much from Estonia. I think they've been a little too eager to challenge connector as well. I want to see how this timeout changes things, though.
Oh, could be an opportunity for a change of pace, a change of defense. Wow, okay, it certainly is. Estonia. Look at this. previously stacking up towards the B bomb site, playing a passive approach towards A. This time, Eku all the way down on the fountain, not going to be anticipated. Now under a lot of pressure. Doesn't know which side they're coming from, so requires the support from Cons. And whilst he can't save his teammate, he's there to avenge him. A double kill. Brings things into a 4-on-2. And there we go. I like that. The timeout pays some dividends here for Estonia. They should be able to make this 4. Rusty and Draken stuck between a rock and a hard place. All of their teammates are gone. They've got a mammoth task on their hands to pull this one back.
Giving up some information here on Long allows Cons to preemptively posture himself in a way where he'll be ready for the duels. Rusty now joining his teammate very soon. Oh, Cons is not expecting it. The reload buys just enough time. That window of opportunity is enough for Rusty to poke through. And keep in mind, Draken has an AWP, so if they try to go for any pushes preemptively, that is going to be super problematic. Nothing that the CTs are going to be able to do about it, but Fate speaks out into danger as well. Draken expecting the crossover, and that's exactly what happens, but Fates is going to narrowly avoid the shot. Those Drakens right behind the smoke, spots a couple of feet. That should be good enough info for him to find the kill.
Six to 4 scoreline, kind of tying up once again. We saw a little bit of a back and forth on Dust 2. Seems to be a similar affair here. We move into round number 11. Guns out once again. AWP on either side. Money once again for Into the Breach, despite losing that last round. In a good position. Nades raining in early. Geez, so much utility deployed early. 4 smokes down already. Nothing spotted through it as of yet.
Flashes go through. Cypher is the first man to take charge. Oh, ho, ho, that's a nice way to open up a bomb site. And Face is going to feel a little defeated here. After missing that initial shot, the fact that he connects through the wooden plank doesn't even matter. Because ITB have pretty much taken charge as much as they'd like. Fates and EQ padlocked out. And it's just a waiting game now. EQ, I think he might have a chance at least catching one player in the back, but that should be about it. Oh, I would have really liked to see Draken just go for the full-on knife. Did Fate react to him? I don't think he did.
Flawless round from Into the Breach, though, is certainly one way to bite back, isn't it? They've had a bit of a ride in these last few rounds, going back and forth. They just don't seem aware at all. Every single kill there, just caught with their pants down. Into the Breach, really toying with their food. 7 to 4. They're looking still solid once again. A good chance to make this 8 as well, as Estonia just down to the pistols. I don't want to completely count them out, but their accuracy in this one definitely slim. Rusty starts to aggress sub-connector. Fates is here on the other side with an MP9. Oh, good trade.
I was expecting that to just be a waiting game where they get shut down, but they've actually managed to recover an AK, so Fates can still be very relevant. Dabo, though, making very quick work of the opposition. Draken, in the meantime, gets a kill of his own. Here's a Siku once again with a Desert Eagle. So, ITB having absolutely no troubles on their T side. I think they've only had a couple really shaky rounds, and even in those, they've done a significant amount of damage. There was one really clean round from Estonia, let's be honest, where they actually took matters into their own hands, had a couple of pushes that really went their way, but for the most part, ITB, solid stuff, and Estonia really starting to show their weaknesses in the map pool now. You know, if we talk about the previous game, they actually had quite a bit of depth when it came to Dust 2. They had quite a few fakes, some really good manipulation of information. But now over here on Overpass, it's a much more simplistic style of play. We're just seeing them sort of hold sites in a very basic way, allow ITB to walk in, take duels that's comfortable for them. This weak link is exactly what's going to take us to map number 3.
Speaking of map number 3, we could certainly end up there, couldn't we? Mandel progressing forward. Rusty jumps up and somewhat anticipates it, but can't quite connect all 4 bullets required. Echo in a brilliant position here as well. My goodness, he's found the bomb. That's it. It's round over into the breach. They've been dealt a bit of a wild card in this one. They're going to be picked apart from the inside out. Echo finally punches in from the back. Draken doesn't even know how to get out of this situation alive. The answer is he won't. Fates takes him out. 8-5. Estonia put themselves back on the board.
Yeah, I mean, if they can get to that 6 to 7 round mark and then they get the pistol round, then you could suddenly see a very competitive game once again. But so far, knowing the advantages of the CT side and Overpass, you can still obviously see why ITB would be significantly favored in winning out of this particular map. Early Molotov, of course, deployed, impeding any progress here from ITB over towards the middle. And I like how Estonia are really playing this very proactively. You know, they've got one player in playground, one pushing in from long, one postured up very close to find any duel that comes forward. Now, that, of course, does leave toilets a little barren, and it also allows for connector players to transgress, but that's a risk that Estonia are willing to take. Now, this could backfire. I really want to look at Fates' position here because he's sort of the point man that is going to be the first contact when they do come up connector. Seems like they've doubled down on B instead. Into short they go. Watts will be the first point of contact here. Waiting, flashed out. Great use of utility, but the CTs are going to be able to fight back. No, Watts had to hit those shots, and he's going to get a chance at redemption. He gets the double. And Draken now left on an island here, 1-on-3, AWP in hand, nearly connects the first shot, but he's given up both his position, and he's now vulnerable for a player to peek into him. Just over to the AK, a bit better of a weapon if you're trying to find multiple targets. First shot connected, and now doable. He knows that Watts is lingering around. Now he's zeroed in on his position on Pillar, and Draken doesn't know about the final player, but now this is a lot more doable. Bomb right in front of the final member, so there's no way that Draken doesn't check this. Cons realizes he has a bit of a window of opportunity there, and moves away from the bomb, doesn't want to be greeted immediately, doesn't want to get checked in the obvious angle, waiting for Draken to get a bit more exploratory, but that is an opportunity that does not present itself. 10 seconds. As soon as Draken goes for this plant, Cons is going to want to pressure, but Draken's planning behind the pillar, had a chance, but at least Cons can stifle that to just a botched attempt. But, ooh, really good attempt from Draken.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a shame there, to be honest, that there's not a little bit more time on the clock. If there's a few extra seconds, I think Draken takes that bomb and heads over towards the A site. But with 13 seconds left, doesn't have time to, has to commit to the plant on B, and yeah, can't do a whole lot with it. 8-6, rifles out again here for Estonia. AWP in hand for Fates, and on the other side of things, a decent amount of money, but Cypher, of course, demoted down to a Desert Eagle. Remember, folks, Display, one of our partners here for the event, thousands of artworks to choose from. The magnet mounting system as well means you don't have to drill into the wall. And, yeah, click that banner down below. Head over there. Really, really awesome stuff. 8-6. Fate's taking a little bit of early damage into the breach, applying a lot of pressure.
Oh. Beautiful opener there from Fates. Always a difficult shot to hit when you're coming in from connector. And yeah, I mean, final round, and ITB don't really have a lot of money to fall back onto. That is dangerous territory to be in. And I like that Iku and Fets had that that two-man setup. Just have that sort of insurance policy in case Fates misses that shot. And I think Adam might have been able to get the drop on Fates there, but he preemptively shoots, expecting that op to be zeroed in on that angle, and sort of fires a warning shot for Fates to just collect that kill very easily. Beautiful work, and pretty much no doubts now that Estonia get onto that 7th. So a great half from either team, but ITB can at least sort of have a sigh of relief that they've replicated what Estonia did on their own T side. You know, have that early half advantage, even if you don't get too many rounds in the late vestiges of the half, totally okay. Get away with 8 rounds. That is totally serviceable when you do end up on the CT side.
Yeah, they've done well there, to be honest, especially, as I say, considering how this one started. Very similar to how the half actually concluded on Dust 2 as well. Estonia getting off to a brilliant start into the breach, were able to bring it back. And now we see the complete reverse. So, nice stuff. 8-7. Estonia on the back foot, but now over to the T side. And I wouldn't say that Overpass is inherently T-sided, but I do think that certain teams' playstyles do adhere more to that T-side here on Overpass, especially towards that B-bomb site. Fate's just sending it right in. P250 instantly eviscerates the first man taking contact. It's Draken. And now Adam under a lot of pressure here.
Oh, Adam, I like how he takes his time with the shot, but unfortunately he's not going to connect, and Dabo will be a big threat here on the site. He misses so many shots with the dualies because he's flashed out of his mind. What's now has doubled up on kills, and Cypher has given up his position as the last member. Nice little shot from the left dualie, but there's a lot more coming his way if he wants to have a chance at a clutch. Unfortunately, no kit available either, so this is next to impossible. Estonia, what a pistol round from them. But I'm going to slow down because I really want to see if Cypher can show us some flair there before the end of days will strike. No, I think he just wants to take that set of armor away. Maybe he can have a scout in the next round. Perhaps we see an MP9. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame him. Full armor, dualies, carry him across makes sense, but 8-8. Force by here from Into the Breach, a dangerous game. Hellcase popping up all over your screen. It's on the map and the banner's there. Remember, code EDC if you do want to head over. There's a new event that's just dropped today, and it looks pretty cool. New cases. I haven't tried them out yet, but I will do on stream later. Couple of Galils in play, 3 AK-47s for Estonia. They're not going for any bonuses here. No MAC-10s. We saw this on the first map as well. Just not taking any chances. I quite like that.
Nice little opener from Into the Breach. Cypher having saved up armor from the previous round means that his FAMAS can be that much more useful. And he actually gets away with an AK as well. So where Into the Breach should not have had a chance this round, they're actually coming away with a super clean round. Watts is on a Galil, Iku's on an AK, and while this is still definitely doable, the problem is there's simply too many members to deal with. Kraken pushed up on long. Estonia, they are feeling like they're on a bit of an island right now, and 2 islands actually, with how they're separated as well. Kraken's got quite a bit of information, but that could exactly be, it could also be exactly what Estonia needs, you know, isolate these players. Draken, already a mountain of damage being done, so even if he loses his life there, that wouldn't really be too much of a problem, because he's done his job. Finishes the kill. And Watts is just waiting out his final moment.
Oh, 9-8 Into the Breach. Somehow bite back there. And this game has really been a back and forth of rounds like that. This whole series closely contested. One of these two teams needs to pull away as we go into the potentially closing rounds of it, though. 9-8, forced by here for Estonia. And here we go, Deagle's out. Rifles on the other side of things. Into the Breach once again with no SMGs. It's AKs, Galils, and a FAMAS for Darbo.
I think Estonia might be trying to replicate exactly what Into the Breach did. You know, they're taking their sweet time. They've got Desert Eagles as well, so a chance making a crack in the defenses of ITB. But honestly, man, the CT side have just been given too much of an advantage. You know, if you win that second round so cleanly, and you end up with 4 T-sided rifles, like 2 Galils, 2 AKs, and a whole lot of utility as well, that's just too much comfort to be giving to the CT side. And on top of that, now ITB are going to get away with their own loss bonus, plus the fact that Estonia are going to be on a save next round as well. So it's just too much comfort being given on too early. Look at their money. Around $5,000 a pop. Another save coming in from Estonia, so you're not going to see a lot there either. So by the time we actually see much of a fight back into the breach, you're already going to be at that 11 to 12 round mark before they even have to dig into their wallets to buy up again.
A 10-8. Estonia, as you say, no money here, so they'll have to let this one slip into the breach in the meantime as well. Just slowly building up that bank. 4k around about. Handle tucked up here, hoping that someone aggresses. Maybe you can try and get a knife kill. Rusty aggressing up. Pon's at the top of this. They're playing this really slowly. Maybe a chance for them to kind of use it as a bit of an impromptu timeout and talk some things over as well. Okay, they managed to overwhelm one and get a kill as well.
Honestly, the strat nowadays is just wait it out when you've got Glocks, just so you can waste some CT-sided utility, because a lot of the time teams are going to get a little antsy and they're going to throw out a Molotov or two by the time, you know, you hit that 35 to 40 second mark. So pretty common to see that. But I like that ITB are going to stick to most of their utility, you know, take their sweet time and go for the duels instead. They know for a fact that Estonia are going to try to bring out utility, so we're very mindful of it. Weapons finally coming out now, though. Estonia, they have given ITB a bit of a margin, so map number 3 is looking a lot more likely than not. ITB are just thinking they're lucky stars. They can get their stuff in order before they even get robbed of the opportunity to play against Copenhagen Flames.
Echo. Looking for some kind of entry towards middle, into the breach, reeling it in a little bit here. This is a very important round for Estonia to be winning, though. If they can't, then the scoreline slips away from them a little bit, and Andy Loco realizes that and delivers a massive double kill towards short. No idea how Dolo's not been able to trade that one. But as Wads finds one more, Estonia should be able to comfortably take this one, and really now the round pretty much secured. It's about not taking too many casualties, and Andy Loco continues to press forward and find the frags.
Bomb has been planted.
A little surprising to see Estonia actually get away with such a clean round, and I mean, yeah, the Draken is going to bloody that round a little bit, but for the most part, this is beautifully done by Estonia. Keeping 4 players alive, starting to threaten the economy of the CT side as well, and although the biggest problem here is the fact that Estonia allowed enough of Iran buildup for into the breach to actually come to that $7,000 mark, CT side economy is very fickle always. You know, you can very easily burn through 16k a pop in 3 rounds, basically, if you get loss after loss. So never really going to be something that's an overarching theme anymore. Although that loss bonus does quite pad it up significantly. So maybe we're still seeing a couple of decent economic rounds, even if ITB keep losing. So this is an obstacle that Estonia still have to get past. Remember, folks, beautiful peripherals, great gear that can come out from Endorphy. So go ahead and check out their website as well for all sorts of different peripherals. Peripherals, computer parts. You mentioned they had chairs as well?
Well, in their advert, they had a chair, but I didn't see any chairs for sale. But I got excited because I desperately need a new chair.
Okay, we'll check that out later. Yeah, nice little opener from Draken at least.
Rough hit for Estonia to take. Feels like they've really been a very momentum-based team when they find those opening picks. They do very, very well. Eku, oh my goodness. Under pressure, flashbang around, Rusty fully blinded. Eku a little bit messy. Swaps out to the nade as well, costly, but Fate's able to trade it. So back into the 3-on-3. Crisis averted. And with 50 seconds on this clock, still plenty of time to... Oh, oh no!
No, I really thought Cypher had that. But Watts has opened up the bomb side beautifully. The bomb should have absolutely no trouble going down. And I like how Dabo tries to get a proactive angle on top of the fencing, but simply not enough. Draken has to tuck his tail, try and carry this AWP into the next round to have a little bit more impact. And you know what? If they can take this AWP into the next round, that actually creates a bit of a crossroads for them economically. Now, they're going to be around that $1,900 loss bonus for the CT side, so they can actually buy up quite significantly. But the problem is, do they wait around the AWP and go for a balls-to-the-wall purchase where they have all sorts of utility, or do they buy just enough money to supplement the AWP? Because just that little bit of difference in utility could be all the difference needed for Estonia to take yet another round past the finish line. And the problem is, if you break your economy now, then you're probably going to be in the rut for a couple more rounds. So, bit of a crossroads. I do want to see what kind of economic decision-making we're going to see, but I am leaning towards ITB going for enough of a buy to attempt a round early on rather than wait for full economy.
Well, a tactical pause here for Into the Breach, and I don't blame them. Things continuing to, and I don't want to say look sour, but look worrying here for the side. Remember, they're a map down in the series, so this isn't the first map. This isn't your opponent's pick that you can kind of shrug your shoulders and say, oh, it's okay. We've still got our one to come up next. This is close, and you're a map down. And this is an elimination match. There's no second chance. There's no lower bracket either. Into the Breach have been pretty absent so far throughout their stint in this tournament. We saw them just get demolished yesterday against Dynamo Ecolot. Definitely showing more here against Estonia, but this should be a game that they're able to win. I was expecting to see them against Copenhagen Flames later, and at the moment, it's really in question. Undo Loco. The other side of this smoke. Cypher here waiting as well, but no one going to aggress through for now. They reel this in a little bit.
This one round could be the exact downturn from ITB that Estonia need. Close it out in two, but definitely something that ITB want to avoid. They're really looking forward to playing against Copenhagen Flames and trying to take themselves far enough to get that rematch against Dynamo Ecolot. Good use of utility, and they still have a couple smokes to go by the time it'll be around 45 seconds, so a couple of very difficult bomb sites for Estonia to crack, because look at how little information they have over towards A. They don't have control of toilets. They've entirely abandoned long. The only thing they have decisive control of is around connector and the monster area. So wouldn't be too surprised if they end up going for a B short and B monster split later on, because that's pretty much the only decent control they have. If they try to double back towards A, it's going to be next to impossible. Here come the flashes. Cypher unfazed. The flashes simply do not connect on the CTs, and Watts is trying to act as enough of a distraction over towards Monster by not peeking that the short players can move in. Adam tries to proactively jump into the water. How does he get that shot? But it's not going to matter because Watts has done just the job that he was needed to do. 3K for the man, and I love his little spacing there. Did you catch that, Josh?
Yeah, really, really well played. I'm still kind of in awe at the Adam shot, if I'm perfectly honest. If you want to bring us through the whole spacing thing, I'm a little bit gobsmacked by the fact that he's actually got away with that, and actually had a little bit of time as well there to potentially find another, which was kind of crazy. There
yeah,
it is.
The way he played that spacing is that he goes in for the first fight, right? He gets that kill, and then as soon as Watts gives up his as soon as the second player gives up their position, he's like, you know what? no need to press the issue any further. Yeah, there it is. After he gets that first kill, immediately backs off the second duel, just waits it out, allows for the short players to move in before he...
The Bosch 2-in-1 quickly changes between Impact Wrench and Impact Driver, so you can work fast when you're slammed. Bosch Tools, what hard workers deserve.
Biotherm Aquapower Advanced Gel with life plankton and bioceramides to stabilize skin and fortify skin barrier. Biotherm Om.
Nicorette gum is clinically proven to provide fast relief of cravings to help you quit.
And your RSPs?
I know you had a long career at the bank, but the fees? We moved to Questrade.
Greg, we moved to Questrade.
You kidding around?
Not anymore.
Become up to 30% wealthier with a Questwell Portfolio's RSP.
That island will quickly drown. 12 to 12. And both teams are in very close contention right now with... Honestly, I'm a little worried for ITB with how little money they have.
Yeah, me too, to be honest. I mean, they've done really well to win that round, taking as much damage as they have. Does mean reinvestments needed. There's not a lot of cash in the bank. Estonia can continue to buy into this one. And if they do bite back, then, yeah, you're right. Into the Breach aren't going to have a huge amount to come back into it with. And going into these kind of later rounds, they absolutely need to maintain control of this scoreline. Otherwise, they certainly will be in trouble. Round number 25. Adam working his way forward. Dangerous game, though. There's 3 on the other side of this. He has got support from Draken, though, right at the back along. If anyone swings, he's there to go for the shot. If he misses, Adam can get the trade. He will hear all of this information as well, even though no one facing into him in long. A lot of steps being made towards party.
Here it comes. A flash avoided by Adam. Good recognition of the duel coming his way, but Fates is quick on the trigger as well. Great posturing with the AWP, but with 45 seconds on the clock, I really would like to see Estonia take a little bit more control. They have short water. They've got connector as well. They have a prong in the form of Andu, who can be very problematic if a rotation starts to come in, but he's going to present himself as a spicy morsel for Draken to pick up. And this could be all the information they need because that was just one player that kind of encourages the B presence from CTs because Estonia have now shown that most of their attention will be on the other bomb site. 3 players waiting. There's not a whole lot that Estonia can do, so if they can get this done, it would be a miracle. First player collected. Cypher is quite low. Fates gets a shot with his AWP, but he simply doesn't have enough time. Doesn't know if there's a second player in Monster. At least he can punch the numbers in. Oh my god, that was uncomfortable. But Fates can at least get the bomb down and net the income.
Yeah, nice little bit of extra money. They might even go for another buy in this one. I can't remember what their loss bonus is, so it really does depend. But into the Breach, counting their lucky stars, they were able to take that one. And there it is, yeah, decent amount of money. So maybe we do see another investment. Rough start, though, for Estonia. Adam just finding that freebie. Just just keep funneling into Draken, and Fates has really done his best there. Honestly, finding himself those couple of frags and then managing to slip through the cracks and get a bomb plant as well. He's done a very, very good job at almost making that happen. But into the next, rifles out, couple of Galils, but a decent investment regardless. Maybe a bit of a last hurrah here for Estonia. If they lose this, they're in trouble.
Oh, I like this little aggression from Adam because he's acting as that one point of pressure that they have to focus on if they want to comfortably take B site. Can't really allow them to have too much breathing room. Now, there is a small window of opportunity here. Look at what's going on Monster, because Watts has actually managed to catch Cypher, and he's anticipating the double Monster push, so Dabo should have been caught out there, but Fates and Watts will both fall. The faltering of the aim will mean that what could have been an easier round, what could have been easy entry onto the B site, instead lends itself to being a comfortable round for ITB instead. Now, EQ with no bomb control, presence towards long, he's way too far away from the initial action to really have a say in the matter. Yeah, this has been a close game, but I think ITB are doing an incredible job at fighting with few resources, even on the CT side. That is still commendable.
Well, into the breach. 14-12 right now. A huge round for them to be taking. And yeah, finally, kind of, we're seeing a little bit of composure from them, not being caught out by Estonia's shenanigans. Maybe a time for some heroic plays like we saw previously. Remember Andy Loco, the last time the tides were turned was when he just flew up short, found himself a double kill and then a third on the bomb site. Since then, he's been a little bit quiet, a little bit absent. Fate's having a fantastic game. Look at him right now. Putting up the big numbers on the other side of things. Draken kind of matching that performance. The two players we saw in the head-to-head, the two to look out for, are the ones that have certainly been delivering. Here come the Tech-9s. Draken about to be met by a whole load of force, but he hears them coming, chirping like crickets. They slow things down.
Or is it just going to come down to whether or not they can initially overpower with the pistols? Got their hands together, praying for a miracle to come through before ITB can get to that 15th. At 40 seconds on the clock, anything that Estonia can put out is going to be super haphazard. Adam at least catches one of the players on long, so that could be information that the rest are about to put on the pressure from toilets. And yeah, this is just a pretty easy lap up. I think Andu can still be a bit of a menace here. Gets the AWP player, and you know what? Since there's no player coming in from behind, this could still be a conversation to have. I like how Rusty's not really pressing the issue too much as he goes for the actual bomb plant. Rusty will... Yeah, really, really good mind games there from Rusty.
Yeah, if Rusty actually pressures in when that first bomb's tapped, then it could be isolated into a 2v1, and that becomes very winnable. To be honest, Estonia, they've done a decent amount of damage considering the weaponry they had at hand, and Andu Loco's done well to find that one. But yeah, good read from Rusty to not peek off of that initial bomb tap and then deny the actual real bomb plant. Had he have committed to it, would have been a little bit of extra cash here for Estonia. Maybe a chance to pull out that AWP. Instead, rifles all round. Comms in connect, meets force by Draken, but bullet doesn't connect through the smoke. The pot shot not found, and Dobbo and Rusty elsewhere with two very important frags.
Yeah, this is already looking like it's a wrap-up. Going to be a very similar scoreline for ITB on their own map pick. I believe Estonia won 16-12 as well, right?
Yes, actually, yeah.
Yeah, so pretty much the same scoreline, unless Watts is about to show us the game of his life. 23 HP, just a matter of time before he gets cleaned up. anticipating pressure, and that's exactly what happened. 16-12 into the breach. They can bounce back. They can deny Estonia from immediately getting that second map, and we'll be going on to a third. And you know what? What a fitting game, because both of these teams have had incredible performances.
Yeah, we've definitely seen more from Estonia than I was really expecting. They've had a fantastic run on their first map. They've done well here on Overpass as well, considering it's one that they've not been playing all too much recently, and it's really into the breaches turf to take 12 rounds and actually keep it as contentious as they did. There were a couple of swing rounds in these last few, right, where had they have taken it, into the breach would have been economically broken, and maybe we would have seen a different outcome. But regardless, not going to be the case. We're going to be jumping to a short break, folks. When we return, we'll be coming into the third and final map of this series. It's Ancient, one that Estonia really struggled on yesterday. So we'll see if they've, watched that game back, done a little bit of practice, and filled in the holes that were very, very prevalent in that match yesterday against Copenhagen Flames. And we'll see if they can pull it off. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a moment. The server, everybody else completely absent. It was 16-2. To be honest, that's somewhat been the storyline of today. That first map of Dust 2, everybody else delivering. Fates wasn't sort of putting up those big numbers. His teammates were all kind of stepping in. For Overpass, he was going above and beyond. I think he finished on about 28 kills. Everybody else still below that 20 frag mark, around about sort of 12, 15. So yeah, he's putting out some big damage. Now, in this third and final, Estonia, they have been playing Ancient a lot. They've definitely been practicing it, and they've had a couple of results, right? They beat Havu 16-9, which I think might have baited them into this kind of false sense of we can play this map, because every other time they've played it, they've been absolutely crushed. Now, they've had to play against some strong opponents. Fnatic are in there as well. Still in the major, by the way, in the playoffs right now, which is kind of crazy. But yeah, for Into the Breach, a pretty comfortable map for them. They've been taking some pretty solid results recently. Admittedly, a couple within the UK scene and things like that. But it's an interesting third decider map, and I'm excited to see if, Estonia have kind of come away from yesterday's match and sort of done their homework and maybe come into this a little bit stronger. I would expect if they hadn't have watched yesterday's game and done a bit of homework off of the back of it, they probably would have banned out Ancient. So I'm kind of hoping that that's the case, but we'll see.
Yeah, I do think it's going to be a lot different of an affair this time around, because you also have to consider, if they've had a decent performance against a team like Havu and they had a complete lights out shut down against Copenhagen Flames, I do expect that to not only be a case of them having some weakness in their gameplay, but also just having a relatively bad day when it comes to Ancient, right? Because a lot of those duels yesterday that we were watching, Copenhagen Flames, they were getting many kills through the walls. They were getting nice wall bangs. They were having these individual bouts of brilliance. So when you don't have everyone firing on every single cylinder, I do think it's going to be a different outcome, and I don't think we're going to see another display of what happened yesterday. ITB, definitely not the same caliber of Ancient team that Copenhagen Flames are. So that's also going to lead into the outcome a little bit. Now, we are going to be heading straight into the server to see how things will actually culminate, though, and I'm really looking forward to seeing a close decider. Really don't want any of these teams to get pub stomped, but that's the unfortunate nature of having a shallow map pool. That can happen sometimes. It does tend to happen.
Remember as well, right, knife round being a factor here in this third map. So Estonia actually get to start off on their CT side. Didn't do them any favours the other day. This time they get off to a better start. Eku trades out the bomb. Cypher drops it in Donut. And question marks as to why the bomb's actually gone in as aggressive as he has. Bates and Watts just completely seal the deal, close out this one. And Adam in a 1 versus 4 possible. He's got himself in a really good position. Tom's not going to be expecting him. The issue is, as soon as he pulls the trigger, they'll know exactly where he is. Could go for a knife kill or something cheeky.
Oh.
Sort of teased it, didn't he? But I was worried he'd turn around there. But 1 on 3, and they now know where he is. Surely they don't let this one slip.
Doesn't have armor, though, and playing Donut is always a bit of an advantage if you're trying to find a clutch, but unfortunately for him, there are 2 pistols waiting for the price of 1. Estonia with the first, and they're already halfway to the score that they had yesterday. So I know I'm kind of ragging on them a little bit too much, but it's the reality of it, right? You've allowed a map to be picked when you got absolutely crushed on it yesterday, and you got to show a different performance. Have some proof that you went back to the drawing board and you've got something new for your opponent. Pull a rabbit out of the hat, something.
Yeah, I mean, I've got high hopes for them to exceed yesterday's scoreline. Oh, Cons pulled the trigger at the right moment, hit the dink, but can't follow up with another bullet onto Adam, down to 3 points of health. 1-0 up. Wast around this corner. Dobbo maybe about to take contact. No, a boost onto the box. Interesting. Does actually give off a little sound cue. Nade could do some damage. No, comes in a little late. Adam's already out of there. And into the breach, slow things down off of that opening pick. We've seen them several times this series pull off Deagle rounds like this and bite back after losing the pistol. Maybe they can do it again.
I like this double up towards Cheetah, having Watts be responsible for players walking into the site. Just letting Fates worry about whoever can come through Cheetah. At least they have information on the final couple of members as well. Fates gets a little overwhelmed there, but still very well within reach for Estonia. Doesn't seem like Into the Breach are going to have a very easy time clearing this up because EQ is waiting with an M4. Estonia, couple rounds, and you talked about exceeding expectations, and they've at least met them.
Well, a chance to extend that further as well into the breach, not winning the last round and not getting a bomb plant either. So even though they found a couple of kills, no real silver linings to take away from it. Means, oh my goodness, I thought means a full eco. But no, they actually want to have another stab. 3 Desert Eagles, a Galil, an AK, and a chance to maybe pull off some kind of upset. I think the confidence that comes with finding a couple of kills last round has given them something here. Remember, these guys were the hot favourites to take this one, though, and now real question marks come into play in this third map. Super aggressive with this MP9. Look at the configuration. Oh my goodness. Andal, he's right behind him. Observer, catch it. He's behind all 5, all the information. This is perfect.
Oh, and he's gotten away with 2. He can even get the 3rd as well. Bomb collected. Dabo, not a whole lot he can do on this island. All he can do is grab a stick and try to write SOS on the ground. That is just well played by Andu. It all just comes down to his position. And into the breach, keep in mind, that wasn't like a cleanup round or anything. That was a round that they had completely bought into, a round that they're going to be facing 3,000 off the back of. So Estonia actually get quite a bit of breathing room going into the next round. You know, they've got the M4 in the hands of EQ. They've got an MP9. They've got a recovered AK-47. So all across the board, super, super comfortable right now.
Oh, it's such a huge play. I noticed, right, I was like, there's 4 players stacked up on the B site. Why have they done this? And then realised the flank in place. I thought Cons was the only man with the MP9 getting aggressive. Actually, Andrew Loco had gone beyond aggressive. He was in their spawn. He was an imposter amongst the attackers. Eku this time around farming against the pistols in mid. Dobbo does slip through. Rusty finds a nice headshot in the meantime as well, but I don't think we'll see too much more from this round. The MP9 arrives at the party, wants to farm a bit more cash. Ooh, okay, Rusty still connecting. A menace with the Desert Eagle, and he's still delivering. 2v2. Bomb down, though.
Sort of surprised that the pistols can get away with that much. Especially because the investment just led itself to only pistols. It wasn't like they really bought armor or anything on top of that, with the exception of Rusty. Nick is trying to keep this damage as limited as possible. At least he knows where that final member is. Smoke has been deployed towards Red Room to inhibit Watts from pushing through. It's going to come down to just a 1v1 between Rusty and the man himself. And Draken's actually in quite a strong position because that smoke earlier deployed actually acts as enough of a curtain for Draken to move past and collect the bomb without having to go for a fight. Watts, I don't think he realizes that Draken's already gotten quite close, but it takes a little bit too much time for Draken to get the kill. Now, flushed out by the Molly, M4 waiting on the other end, and they must be thanking EQ for his efforts right now.
It seems that way. 4-0 Estonia. To be honest, that round comes far too close for comfort. I'll be very happy that they've just about managed to pull that one off, but into the 5th. Weapons out. AWP for Draken. Looks for this early pick. He does know that Estonia have liked to get a little aggressive towards middle, but normally it's against the pistol. Pop shot a tad too early. Narrowly misses. There it is. Trades in place into the breach with a man advantage.
There it comes. Rusty being able to deny the initial player moving in. Now, had they been able to coordinate their efforts a little bit closer, I think they might have had a bit better of a chance, but Iku tries to keep them feisty, close to the bomb, tries to get them to peek, and they'll finally put their first round on the board. Now, that even that round got a little spicy, Josh. That could have gone the other way. Estonia actually had a pretty decent grip on the potential retake, but it just comes down to it being a little unfortunate for Andu that Rusty catches him without EQ support.
Well, AWP in hand for Fate. Steagles on the rest. The M4 in play. Cypher, a beautiful opening onto Eku. Only one of the pistols wanting to get aggressive in middle. Doesn't quite work out. Andrew Loco takes contact on A as well, reels it in a little bit. Get up close to this. Cypher. Contact, pressure from Donut, hardly any damage dealt. Cypher's doing it all.
Yeah, Estonia just once again locked out. FaZe needs to get away with this AWP, make it a little bit more useful in the next one, and Cons just wants to stick to that deagle, potentially get an exit frag or two. Now, keep in mind, there's not that much pressure on ITB to get as many rounds because they are playing the terrorist side. You know, even if you can get to that 5 to 6 round mark, Ancient is still going to be quite generous when you hop onto the other. So Estonia, they want to build up as much of a buffer as possible. You know, after yesterday's abysmal performance, they finally got into that point where they're like, you know what? Okay, we've still got it. They shut down ITB. They can potentially take this third map as well after the loss on the second. And you know what? The second map wasn't a shutdown either. That was still a map that was very well within the reach of Estonia. Just came to that 4-round deficit, so it wasn't like it was a convincing map for either squad. Going to be an eco, though, once again, for Estonia. Down to 2,000. Perhaps they can still mobilize that AWP. That hop on Fets is definitely a threat they still have to watch out for. And the unfortunate thing is that they've actually given up full information of where it is because they've already fired off a shot into Donut. And I love how Adam just ran in willy-nilly. He's like, you know what? Whatever. Just going to skip the queues. Go straight into Red Room. Avoid everything. Over an easy, messy duel. Guess the op comes to play, but not going to be too fruitful.
With the good bit of damage, to be honest. Found himself an AWP. He'll be happy if he can save this into the next. I think they definitely go hunting for him. But still a dangerous game. They don't have a huge amount of cash themselves. At least a little bit of a buffer to work with. They don't aggress too far, though. I think he might actually get away with this sniper. The only player that's really in range is Rusty. Clearing out Temple, though. He doesn't expect cons in this corner, so yeah, he'll slip away. He'll stay alive here. AWP carried across into the next. Rifles can be bought around it as well, so good position for him to be in.
Remember, guys, Hellcase is the place to go for case openings, case battles, and they've got user giveaways and events right now as well. And as Josh just mentioned a little earlier, they've got the Halloween event live as well. 10% on the refill and $0.7 on the deposit if you use code EDC. Now, back to the action. Early aggression there from Adam, which is going to get punished by the nade waiting from Fates. But in the meantime, they want to put up the pressure on A. Andal will fall through the smoke. Rusty makes things very messy early on, and they're immediately going to try to go for the bomb plan. But the problem is that Dabo can't actually quite stick it because there's bullets coming his way.
Oh,
and actual lineup, Cons, nade, EQ with a spray down, gets another kill, and Draken's going to be left by his lonesome in a 1-on-3. Catches a player in Candle, needs to isolate the first duel a little bit more. Catches the second one as well. Now he's behind the box, but Cons is sticking to the defuse. Pros will not fake. And Cons will cement himself as a pro there. Still, valiant effort from Draken to at least get the double and get away with the AWP.
Oh, Draken's done a hell of a job there, almost pulling it off. Double MP9s in play here for Estonia. Remember, they lost 4 members in that last round, so coming into this one, still strapped for cash. Fates with that AWP, though. Draken smoked off once again, and he hasn't had much luck with popping these shots through the smoke. Rusty, oh, it's a bad Molotov. Minute 30, Estonia taking a lot of control. Look at Eku's positioning here. All the way down mid. Cons here to support. They'll get the early info. Might even be able to find the early frags. There it is. Estonia doubling up. Rusty trades, but it's Eku to do the damage. They're looking for 6 right now. A decent start to the CT side for them here on Ancient.
Now, Andal's done this before, right? So they're at least going to have an eye out for him. The problem is, how long is this window of opportunity going to be? Therefore, Andal is becoming problematic once again. And the fact is, he's gotten the bomb down, and he's going to continue to peek forward. Now, the fact is, Dabo did not expect for a second peek to be there, because he's expecting Andu to just hold on to the bomb, and that is beautiful work again. Andu, he's been a monster throughout the game. Time and time again, catching positions. And you know what? He's only had 2 big rounds, but that is That's quite a few when all you have is 6, right? 2 out of 6 rounds where you've single-handedly done everything, and you've done it against 2 gun rounds with just an MP9. That is a very economical way of netting your team many, many rounds.
Absolutely, yeah. And I like the way he plays that situation, coming in from behind, even though it feels like he's got 3 3v kills. Oh, barrel spotted! Draken! Oh, man. That's rough. It's a rough way to start the round. Eku's so consistent with these entries, 14-6 right now. But as I was saying, yeah, when you're behind with an MP9, even though it feels like you're destined for more, realistically, it's normally that one and done. But no, plays that situation well, spots the bomb close to him, goes for that first kill, waits for his teammates to come in, sell a bit of a distraction, and ends up with a 3k. So, plays the situation perfectly. Off of that aggressive prod as well. Think about how far up Eku was at the start of this round, playing on the platform. He's all the way back in candles already, not giving any opportunity for a trade.
Immediately smokes out the Molotov, but he's going to get punished by Rusty for going for the immediate repeat. He kind of telegraphs it because he threw the smoke to stick around a little bit longer. Cypher uses it as a one-way to try to peek forward, but Cons is waiting. What's now doubling up with Cons to try to hold on to this beast site. The problem is the T's are barely making a dent into the breach, into the bin instead.
Into the bin. That was a UK mix name for a LAN recently.
No, wasn't it Bin Man?
No, well, yeah, no, Bin Men exist. They're different. They're a different.
Isn't that Retro's
breed.
team?
Yeah, it's Retro and Dweg and the boys.
Uh-huh.
You know who makes their jerseys? You won't believe it.
The same guy that makes the jerseys for your team?
Our friend.
Hmm? Our friend.
Our friend, yeah.
Hmm.
Our friend Wahid. 7-3. Estonia. Looking really, really good here on Ancient. For spamming away through the wall. And again, into the breach. Really, really prioritizing this kind of B ramp control. It's normally what you see here on Ancient, but yeah, not had a lot of previous success towards A, so they've just not really opted for it again. Comes up close, smoke the molly, flash to come in, turns it, sprays into Cypher, but can't find the kill, just lots of damage.
Ooh. As it come down around middle, Leak is going to be at least able to pick up one. And Andu, once again, he's been so good individually collecting multi-frags. He's going to do it again. Draken with the bomb and the AWP. He's already in prime position to get it down, but Andu has been a thorn in their side. 3k for the man, and I think he wants to get aggressive once again. Quick scope, and Watts, I don't think Draken is expecting him to move in from the same position, but at least he's going to chuck out a flashbang for insurance. Sliver of an angle. Utility coming out, flashed out of his mind. Watts taps the bomb. Knows that Draken has to go for a peek. He's kind of conditioned. Oh, ho, ho. Draken ends up getting the 1v2.
A big round for them to be picking up. Draken's still pulling so much weight. Good entries. I feel like Estonia kind of overstepped a tad. I felt like Andy Loco had brought that round right back at that point as well with the massive multi, but yeah, can't get it done. Quick tactical pause here for Into the Breach. Probably serves a couple of purposes, right? Firstly, things aren't going great for them, but it's the T side of Ancients. You do have that wiggle room. But also a little bit of time just to cool off of a clutch like that. It's a big time for Draken to step up and pull off a 1v2. So just cool off the nerves a little bit. Cool off the adrenaline. Good position for them to be in. Money out. On the other side of things, Estonia pretty broken right now. FAMAS in play. A Desert Eagle on Wadst. They can't win this. Then they drop down to an eco. We could see the scoreline go 7-6, which is actually pretty impressive for a T side here on this map. Rusty down to a Mac 10, but teammates pretty stacked up.
Here it comes. Yet another push him into the breach. Cons actually gets away with a little bit more than he could have bargained for. And Watts at least gets some damage before he goes down, but it's simply not enough. Fate steps in with the A1S. Headshots to 2 players. And the bomb is now in no man's land as well. It's going to have to be hotly contested before they can get something done. Fates, reposition, walks into Dabo's Galil. And at least he's granted them some space. But in the meantime, Andu, who's been so good on the flanks, once again turns up from ramp. And at this point, T-spawn is pretty much his pawn.
This feels familiar. Bit of deja vu.
Absolutely, Draken. He's done it once. He's gotten a chance to do it again. Peeks up with the AWP next time around, but Iku will stifle it in the bud.
Yeah, we've seen how quick he can be. As soon as he swapped back out to that AWP, I thought, oh, this is how it happens. But no, really, really good defense there from Estonia. Even though they don't pull off anything too crazy, it's just those opening individual trades that really get it done. And Adam overstepping with the bomb. I don't know why Adam's pushed into long with the C4 like that. I feel like that's a little bit of a miscommunication, or maybe not realizing that he had the C4 on his back. But I don't really ever see any justification for him doing that knowingly. So 8-4. Pons. Oh, forced to back by the molly. Need to rein in, is going to fall way too short, isn't going to do any damage. But just against the pistols, this should be a breeze for them.
Now, this scoreline is kind of expected, knowing that this is a CT side of Ancient, so I'm not really too worried for ITB just yet, you know. But if Estonia can get to that 11th round mark, the problem is that Into the Breach suddenly have to stare down the barrel of a botched pistol round, potentially, and that's not something that you really want to leave yourselves at the mercy of. Still slower approach from ITB, though. Don't really want to jump the gun on anything, at least want to bring all their resources together, give them a fair shot even in a pistol round, and because they've got Deagles and armor, not really fully counted out just yet. Now, there is going to be a couple pushes coming through from Estonia, and that should be good because it'll allow them to have the flank going early on. Fates with the opener. And the smoke is going to deter their progress quite significantly. The problem is the bomb's also out in the open. Draken's moved out with a Tech 9 to get one, but is it going to be enough? Watts, kill collected on Cheetah. Not sure why Rusty took so long to move in, but at least he's done it a little late, but he's done it right. 2 kills from both Fates and Cons, but Dabo has very little HP to clutch this one out. First kill, granted. Goes for the fake. Moving closer to Cons, but that is simply an unfair duel. Estonia with the 9th.
Wow, the slow execution like that and the 4 kills at the end of it was almost enough to make you forget that that was an eco round. They had nothing in that besides a couple of pistols. And they've done a hell of a lot. As you say, Rusty maybe a little bit slow to get in for that trade. Had he have stepped in a second earlier, might have actually been able to take out Watts before he found that secondary kill. So could have been a 2 versus 1 here in this situation instead. But Cons plays that final situation well. Not baited out by the bomb fake either. The tap on it. Rifles out. Cypher. Big opening, but traded by the Molotov in the afterlife. Andol still does damage.
Comes down to the 3v3 courtesy of Iku's kill, but Rusty is quickly going to bring it back to the court of the T side. Now, that smoke actually works out really beautifully for FaZe because he can creep back past the box, and that's exactly what Watts does as well. Draken, so far away from the action, cannot contribute, and he's stuck behind a smoke with the bomb out in the open. Minute and 15, though, when he's got full HP and a smoke to work off of, so still very doable. There it is. Oh, ho, ho, that's a big mistake by FaZe. Is very vulnerable. Draken peeks out, and a 5th round is secured by a hair's breadth. Another clutch for the man.
Oh, it's unbelievable. I just don't know how he keeps doing it. These rounds going so back and forth, and it's Estonia that have been going for these aggressive prods over and over again, but as long as he's still alive, he can still be a menace. Even without the pressure of the bomb, they're still facing into him. They're still prying for that information. Final round of the half, just pistols to work with. This should be a 6 for Into the Breach, and all things considered, it's a fantastic half for them.
Couple of really nice openers for Dabo and Draken. There's pretty much nothing Estonia can do at this point. Khan's trying to just get some consolation prizes, but not going to be granted. Estonia, 9-6. Pretty even half, although I do think Estonia could have done a little bit more on top of that. Now, the problem is that going to come back and bite them? Because if you're sort of the... If you're a player in Estonia right now, you're looking at, okay, Draken got a clutch with the AWP. There was another round that we gave up as a clutch, so you could have potentially been looking at an 11-4, 12-3 kind of switch, especially since that would further deter the economy if into the breach. So quite a bit of an advantage being given up, but that is how it is. ITB now starting to play on the CT side. Remember, guys, Displate is one of our partners. Beautiful magnetic mounting system so that you don't have to drill holes in the wall when you do end up selecting one of many of the beautiful displays they have. I'm going to check them out for a very unique way of putting up posters. So, back to the game though. Pistol round underway. You can see a little bit of aggression coming out from the CT side as well, but it will not be met with kindness. Draken is a little proactive towards Cheetah, but he quickly realized that he's going to have to duck his head, and Rusty is going to receive a headshot as well. Now, the question is whether or not Draken can keep them at bay for long enough. He's quite low on HP. Their CT side... The CT side is a couple of players that were so lit, but unfortunately, none of those skills are actually going to culminate into anything. Cons, now in a 1-on-4, with no bomb present either. There is simply not a lot he can do, and now ITB have pretty much put themselves in pole position to equalize the numbers.
Wow, felt like a really good start there when Estonia got right into cave, found that entry. You think, okay, they've actually got a good shot at this, but it slipped away quite quickly into the breach, back in the driver's seat on the CT side. Of course, still behind by 2 rounds, but I expect this to tie up quite quickly. We haven't had too much opportunity to see these guys on their CT side of Ancient, but you know that Estonia aren't great on their attack, so in my mind right now, I really feel like they didn't manage to take enough on their defense. There were so many rounds that came super close. Think about how many 2v1s Draken pulled off, right?
Yeah.
Add those up, you realize you could have very easily had an 11-4, maybe even a 12-3 half. Then they'd have a good shot at closing this out. But right now, I don't feel like 9-6 was enough.
Yeah, it honestly felt like Estonia were sort of the better team throughout that half, but a couple of clutches from Draken is all it took to suddenly make it very convincing for ITB. You know, you could have potentially been seeing something like a 12-6 scoreline even after losing the pistol, but Estonia have given up quite a bit of buffer for ITB to come back into this. Wouldn't be too surprised if we see ITB versus Copenhagen Flames in the next map, especially knowing that Estonia are now on the T side and they're going to continually be pressured. And ITB, historically, they haven't been as bad of a team on Ancient as Estonia have been.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yesterday was a bit of a write-off, to be perfectly honest. Loco on the angle. Nice little headshot, but dinked and traded by Cypher on the MP9. Playing a heavy bonus round here into the breach. It's always a bit of a risk. If they can pull it off, the rewards are absolutely humongous. Fonz's position means everything. Oh, sorry, Eku's position means everything right now, but it's gone. Dobbo reads it.
This is going to be very difficult for either team as soon as the smokes start to fade, but the T's have a little bit more pressure. Estonia, they're getting challenged from 2 different angles. They don't even have full information on ramp, so they're going to have to keep an eye out for that as well. Now, the players start to move in. Adam with the first skill collection with the MP9. Final member in the form of Fates. Unfortunately, they cannot get a single kill in that 4-man affair. ITB now have closed up the scoreline, have a better economy, and are playing the more advantageous side. Do we see a resurgence from Estonia?
I'm really not sure, if I'm perfectly honest. I don't think so. I think they're looking pretty out of this. Remember, folks, Actually, one of the last times you'll see this throughout this series. Code EDC over on Hellcase. Go and check out our partners. They've got loads of awesome stuff up for grabs, case battles, the new event that's going on. It's not actually the Halloween event. That one's just ended. This one's called Night at the Mall, I think. Yeah. What is it? Yeah, Night at the Mall. It looks pretty cool.
I spread misinformation again.
Oh, man. Hate it when that happens.
Accidentally spreading misinformation.
Yeah. Whoops.
Whoops, misreported my earnings to the tax department.
Oopsie poopsie.
Uh-oh. That's cringe.
Man, tax evasion's so cringe. That's so cringe for it. 9-9, quick technical pause, but we have been told that whatever it was has been resolved already, so we're on a 90-second delay, which means give us 90 seconds, and the game will be rolling again. AWP dropped over. That's Draken with one in hand. On the other side of things, I'm really not sure what Estonia go for in terms of a buy here. They do actually have enough to go for some rifles and some Kevlar, but they won't have utility. So I think this could be a time to drop down to a half buy. They've got that max loss bonus. No, Echo's gone for an AK. So unless it's a hero situation, then we might actually see an investment around this.
This is the point where, while we wait for timeouts and all that, I just send you naughty stickers on WhatsApp.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Cheeky.
Damn, I can't find your contact.
I've just checked WhatsApp. I haven't even got anything. You suck.
I'm looking for your name, okay?
Oh, I got a sticker.
Right. Not something
Thanks,
we can
man.
talk about on stream, but yes. ITB definitely got the advantage in this round. Lots more utility for them. And I want to see how Estonia try to circumvent the issue of not having much utility. They're going to be playing it a lot slower than I anticipated. The problem with that is, especially when you're moving into a bomb site very low, okay, you know, if you draw out the timer, the advantage is that you're most likely... I have to hold that train of thought for a second, because Draken's very quickly netted himself 2 frags. Cypher moves in as well. Dabo with another. And all of a sudden, you're just looking at Andu out in the open, waiting for a headshot to connect, and it will. Now, that's what I was talking about, right? If you wait long enough when you don't have utility yourself, there's a very good chance that the enemy team is also going to be low on utility because they've exhausted their own. But on top of that, you then have to deal with the fact that you're running into a site late round with very little time to manually clear out angles with no utility of your own. So double-edged sword, what would you rather have? Would you rather have less utility on the other side, or would you rather have more time to clear the angles?
I don't think Draken needs either. He's sitting 16-10 right now. He's hitting all his shots. To be honest, I was actually expecting him to have far more kills based on sort of how much impact it feels like he's been having, but it's not necessarily the numbers that he's been putting up every single round. It's been about the kills that he's found in these very important situations, these clutch rounds, or just consistently finding these opening picks, right? He's not getting any crazy multi-kills. It's just the consistency that's really been thriving for it. Nades over the top. Rusty spams away, but overwhelmed by the Tech 9. Cypher has his work cut out for him. Takes a dink, but finds one. The bomb goes down. There's actually a chance that they lose out here into the breach. This would be a horrible round.
Ooh,
Draken,
nice
right.
little shot from Draken with the P250. Watts, he's shuddering in his boots as he holds on to his P250. May have spotted a barrel, but a bullet will find him first. ITB are just kind of steamrolling right now. Wouldn't be too surprised if this continues to be the trend, because Estonia, they aren't really historically a great CT-sided team on Ancient. Remember, guys, Endorphy, our partner, has amazing peripherals up for grabs. I personally like the keyboards quite a lot. And when I say personally, I don't mean I've used them. I've just checked them out on the website. I'm not spreading misinformation this time around.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, very, very cool stuff. Go ahead and check out our partners.
Well, rifles out again here for Estonia, but no AWP available for Fate, who's had a little bit of a slower one here in this third map. Just as I say it, he hears me. It echoes. And he finds himself a big headshot. Nice entry, completely untradeable as well. Mid control now up for grabs. Draken is actually on the angle in Donut, so we'll be looking to challenge anyone that wants to cross into Candles. But for now, Estonia just kind of slow things down a little bit. Tap on the brakes. They've got loads of time on the clock. They've got a decent amount of control. Boost in towards Cave. But Estonia won't spot that out just yet. They'll just take the cheater control. Whilst on the angle. I quite like this configuration. Almost impossible to kill both, and it's very difficult to double swing that angle as well. Into the breach. Things go quiet for a bit too long. They break off of it. They gamble stack over towards A. Is this really the plan? Oh my goodness, they've completely misread this.
Yeah, after hearing that one flashbang, it encouraged them to go all the way towards the A side instead because they're thinking that maybe it's a lurker that's trying to show initial presence before that eventual push happens late into the timer, but that's actually not going to be the case. It's going to be that first commitment. As soon as that initial flashbang comes in, all players huddling towards the B site, and they've quickly realized what the game plan is. They know the jig is up. Now they've got to back off. Not really much of a chance that they go into this B retake, but actually, with Double getting the first frag and them having 3 different angles they can approach from, I think they were a little double-minded about that, but now they want to continue to pressure. A little utility available for the terrorist side, but the CTs still have quite a bit of futils alive and kicking. Bomb already halfway ticked down. They need to start getting kills. You cannot pay the bills without them just yet. Draken and Double with a kill apiece, and it's so uncomfortable how they keep oscillating in between fights and trying to back off. It's a little too haphazard, and had they made the full commitment towards anything, I think they would have had a better outcome, but into the breach, they get away with 2 weapons, and I don't think they're too happy about that communication.
Yeah, that is not a good round. That is not a good round from Into the Breach at all. I'm not sure what communication there's been there, whether it's a call from Adam to say, let's kind of rotate off of this flashbang. It's late round, and we'll play for the retake on B. To be fair, they've had a decent success rate with their retakes on the B side. But generally speaking, as a rule of thumb, it's actually quite a difficult site to retake, especially when you haven't got control of that ramp area. With a single-pronged approach all coming in from CT. Only a round in it right now. Money in the bank still here for Into the Breach. They've had quite the stint here on their CT side, so have managed to accumulate that cash quite nicely, especially with keeping players alive. Cons up close. Here's all of this info from Cypher aggressing. But again, slow stuff. Estonia taking more of a calculated approach to this. I like it.
Nice opener onto Rusty. Cons, a second kill. Iku doing just the same. So it's all kills for Estonia all around the server. And you know what? That was actually quite a swift round. Every single player on the Estonia squad is able to pull their own weight to some degree. Adam's really the only one that survived the onslaught.
Well, Adam open to be able to save here, and to be honest, I think he'll be able to do so. No one going to be hunting too aggressively for him. They don't have tons of money. Cons will have a crack at it from behind, though. Adam might not expect this, especially as he comes around from long. It really comes down to timings here. Cons clearing out his corners. Adam might be able to slip around. Okay, he's been spotted. Not an opportunity to hit the shot, though, Adam. Oh, no, he's going for the ninja defuse. What? Surely hears him run onto the site, Adam. Oh my god, I love the attempts, to be perfectly honest. They've got money. He said, screw it, I'm going to try ninja. Almost pulls it off. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, good chance for Into the Breach to go for a tactical pause. Definitely needed, especially since they've been losing players like flies. But at least they've got that money to fall back onto, right? And Estonia are always going to be within that territory where their money can also be threatened, so it's not exactly the worst case scenario just yet. But yeah, this round's going to be very important because if Into the Breach end up losing this one out after a full investment, then we're probably going to see a very difficult scenario. Now, I'm not really sure if Draken's going to stick to the scout rifle. Oh. Player disconnect. Interesting. Not really sure what's going on, but gonna have to quickly get word from the admins on why there's been a disconnection.
Yeah, nothing through as of yet. Not ideal though for Into the Breach to be having these issues. It's Dobbo that's disappeared from the server, and yeah, at a stage like this in a game 11-11.
Hmm. Yes, we have received word. It'll be too long before the technical pause is over. I mean, we do have all the players on the servers, so.
Yeah, always daunting when you hear all the clicks in the chat, but I think we should be ready to get back into the action in just a moment. There we go. Server reset in. We should be back and ready to rumble. Estonia looking hot right now. They've been feeling these last couple of rounds. Relative ease, starting to build up that economy as well at a stage in the game where it's really, really important to do so. On the other side of things, Into the Breach actually really throwing everything they've got into this round, which is a dangerous game considering the scoreline and considering their economic situation. Double AWP setup, utility all round, a couple of kits in play. Me too, got to keep an eye on him. Mollies to force back Andu. Dobbo getting pretty aggressive here towards A main as well with this sniper.
Well, this is a very crucial shot to hit, and he does. And the good thing for him is that there's no backup option available for the terrorists, so he gets away scot-free with the AWP. And there's simply not a lot of control being established by Estonia. Yes, they've got Andu, who can kind of linger around middle, but once again, if any control they have, it's just denying Into the Breach further control rather than having any initial control of their own. Flashbang into Donut. A bit of lacking information for the Into the Breach squad, but they're feeling quite comfortable because they have a little bit of utility. They've got flashes, they've got a couple nades, they've got a smoke. And just knowing the fact that they've got numbers and a nice little bait and switch setup into Cheetah, They have absolutely nothing to worry about now. Tunnel vision into the player that is opping. They are not going to be anticipating Cypher playing the forward angle. And Estonia start to back off. Now the question is, do they go for a savior? Probably not. They're just going to try to run into a bomb site. They've cleared out the first player on A, but they still have to deal with the player in Candle. Dabo already scoped in preemptively to not give off the audio cue. And as they start to go for the plan, Dabo comes around the corner. There's the first shot. Could be too long before the second player loses life as well, but at least they do have the bomb down.
That's a very, very solid round for Into the Breach. I said they were taking a massive risk buying into it as they did, but it's paid off. It's paid off very nicely indeed. All 5 players staying alive. In fact, no, sorry, 4 of the 5 players staying alive. That bottom bit where Adam is, that's where the monitor for me is not there.
Yeah, it's just unwell.
It's unwell. Yeah, it's not feeling so good.
Yeah, a little context for the viewers that don't follow Josh, which you should, by the way, because he has an amazing Twitter and he has
Thanks.
really nice hair. I can't think of a third reason, but yeah, he accidentally hit his monitor with his headset a few days ago while getting angry at a Faceit game, so that's why he can barely cast, because of the fact that he has access to half of his screen.
Yeah, it's all a bit coloured lines.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit smashed. It's all right. Opening pick going either way. It's on the angle. If Dobbo peeks into this, he's in trouble, playing a really, really deep position.
Bit of a slowdown from both of the squads. Nobody really wanting to be preemptive with their approach. 3-man setup from the Into the Breach roster, so when this eventual A-side push does decide to come through, Adam is going to have a whole lot of responsibility for shoulders. One of the rotations being cheated away as well, but with 30 seconds on the clock, I wouldn't be too surprised if they do want to make a move now. Adam, should he pull the trigger, he should be able to find something. A little too late, but it's not going to matter. Still gets the job done. And that is a 2-piece for the man. The A1S just so good on that long range, manages to collect the 3rd kill as well. Fates, with a few seconds, does get the bomb down, and unfortunately for him, Draken just runs through the flames and lands him with a headshot. ITB proceeding further.
Another big round for them to be picking up. Such a crucial point in the game. Just not really phased there at all. I mean, Fate's again kind of doing good work to keep it semi-contentious, but we don't see much from it, to be perfectly honest. Adam, molly into middle, instantly smoked. Actually buys him a little bit of space as well. I like that. Aku can get out here. Cypher aggressives. Big kick. Oh. 2-man advantage straight off the bat. That's perfect.
Oh, man, it's just been round after round for ITB now, where they've pretty much looked dominant, and one of the worst positions you can be in terms of losing your economic composure is when you're in those last couple of rounds. You know, 11 rounds up against 14. ITB only need a couple rounds to make it over the finish line, and now you're looking at Estonia with barely any money to work off of, about that $4,000 mark. What are they even going to afford? You know. Now they really need their individuals to start stepping up. You know, we've seen some really brilliant plays from Andu when it came to the CT side, but he's been kind of silent when it came to the T. I think Fates has sort of been that highlight player who can still brute force a couple of these skills. EQ, same scenario, but overall, I think Into the Breach have just been delivering miles beyond, at least in terms of individuals. You can see that being represented in their scoreline as well. And although the scoreline is only 14-11, it seems like ITB have had way more kills to show for it.
Yeah, it does definitely feel that way, doesn't it? Individuals popping off. Draken. Now his scoreline starting to really reflect the impact that he's had on this game. 30 kills. There's a nice opening. Fate's able to trade it out. Nice little response from him. Be worth much more, though, as Adam starts to re-aggress in middle. No one here to meet the receiving end of his barrel. Not just yet. As things slow down. 4v4 minute on this clock. Estonia really do recognise the importance of this one.
I mean, they're just tanking their lucky stars that they've got Draken off of the server. Low rotation of the bomb, now heading towards the A site. And I like this little adjustment from Into the Breach. You know, they want to get a bit more cheeky with it. Cypher pushes into Cheetah, is able to find one, and this is going to be just enough information for Estonia to speed up their progress on the A site. Haven't still quite committed to getting the bomb down just yet, but they do have like a 3 to 4 second window of opportunity where they can get it done without much of a challenge. There's the first player falling, and unfortunately, FaZe didn't realize that he could have stuck the bomb. Player fallen. Now, FaZe has got it done. FaZe has to do it all by his lonesome. Unfortunately, the flashes will overwhelm, and he will fall into the breach with a 15th.
4 chances to close this one out in the series, and I reckon that this is maybe their best chance to do so. Really, really good position for them. They've got a bit of momentum behind them as well, right? They've been absolutely crushing it in these last few rounds. In a great spot to just finish off the job. It's been a very long-winded one, right? They've definitely done it on hard mode, but finally we might see the fatal blow, the one to finish off Estonia here in the tournament. They've had a good run today. A lot better than what we saw yesterday. But it still doesn't seem like enough as Adam, pressuring for this opening in middle, right through the smoke, delivers.
Oh, now you can see the individual starting to get a little bit more desperate. Cons getting a kill through the smoke. Starting to take their efforts towards B. Smoke deploy towards the lane as well. Fates, first man in. Knows that there could be an AWP watching the angle, so he's just going to run past, but actually, Fates might be able to catch a player in the back lines. Draken is not ready for it. And this is where Rusty is going to be called on. Why the hell has a player crossed over? Why is there no information? But Into the Breach can still nip this in the buds. They can still put a band-aid on whatever the hell that was. As the bomb is taken down, now the CTs want to move in. Watts loses his life. There's very little HP on Fates as well. Time and time again, needs the last man standing, but there's nothing he can do. 16-11, Estonia faltered. The best of 3 going the way to Into the Breach, who will now face Copenhagen Flames to keep their tournament life alive.
As I said, really well fought from Estonia, to be perfectly honest, right? I don't think we were expecting this much to come out from them today. And they've delivered. They won the first map pretty convincingly. The second came close. The third, a similar affair. So, I mean, commiserations to them. I feel like they fought well, right? When you come into tournaments like this, you know that you're an underdog. You know that you're probably not going to make it out of the group. Your best chances and what you're really playing for is some decent matches where you put up some strong rounds, show that you are a contestant, and worthy of a future invite for tournaments like this as well, because it's valuable for teams like this to play these events and actually get these demos that they can go back and watch and things like that as well. But Into the Breach, I mean, it's a hard one, it's a lengthy one, but they do get it done. Now they've got to take a short break and jump into another best of 3, so fatigue might come into play for them. For Copenhagen Flames, they've been able to sit back, relax, watch that whole series unfold, and yeah, I think that they're definitely going to be the favoured team going into this next series, but we'll see. At least Into the Breach can say they're warmed up.
Yeah, of course. We are going to be going to a break, though, before that next game goes live. Should be in about 10 to 15 minutes. So, yeah, I do think fatigue is going to start to kick in, and let's see whether or not ITB can have a different performance, a more monstrous performance this time around than what they did last time. I think we should have cut it to a break a little bit earlier.
I was holding it, man. I was like...
Yeah, but anyway, see you guys in just a little bit. We'll be back. side early on. So you know what? This is something I'm actually quite comfortable with. And yes, we are kind of rushing into the game a little bit because we are short on time. But the closest game we're probably going to see is Inferno. This is a map both teams are super, super comfortable with playing. Into the breach, slightly favored, at least on paper. But if the Flames have picked it up, there must be a good reason why. Dabo, though, waiting with the dualies. He can be a big menace there. But unfortunately, he only gets away with one. Cypher and Rusty now on retake duties. One coming in from Banana and one from CT. It's going to be a hard retake if they can even manage to muster up a kill.
Oh, it certainly will be. They start to work their way forwards, but a 4 versus 2. How the hell do you get your way back into this? Rusty caps a couple of shots. Bore up there on the other end, though. Take him right out. Julie's retrieved and received nicely. Borop following things up as well with another first on the board for Copenhagen Flames. A brilliant start here to Inferno. And as you say, right, this is one that is a bit of a wild card. I'll be interested to see who pulls ahead. Just the early pressure across the whole of the map as well. It wasn't just like they were leaning heavily towards Banana or anything like that. They went for prods all over the place. So works quite nicely for them.
Yeah, very, very convincing round for them for sure. Not really a whole lot of fighting back being done by Into the Breach in that instance, but looks like Copenhagen Flames want to take control of Banana once again. It's what worked in the pistol round, and they want to go for it once again. Molotov to clear out sandbags. It's definitely a little difficult for the CTs to try to hold on to the horses here because they are burning up. TMB is lining up kills, and I don't think they're going to expect Dabo in this position, but knowing the fact that they spotted 3 players, or at least had information on 3 players in some capacity, going to be wary of pushing in early. Instead, going to take their sweet time, and some of the pressure is now going to come on Borup to convey some information over towards the A site. Now, there's a bit of a window of opportunity for him before the rotation starts to come in to try to do something high and dry. But ITB, they've only left 1 member in the form of Dabo right outside the broken wall. And I think he contemplated going back a little bit. Avoiding flashbang. Oh, there it is. That's because of the audio cue. Dabo stepped a little bit, and TMB is ready for it. With that kill being collected, Copenhagen Flames not quite jumping the gun just yet. Borup, as soon as he shows his position, it encourages the CT side players to stay close to apartments, and that's a big enough window for the Flames to end up on B.
Well, with only a 1-man advantage, a chance that Cypher and Draken might try and do a little bit of damage on the exit. A couple of players low as well, but yeah, I don't think we'll see very much into this at all. They know that they're on an eco in the next, so cannot come into this one with too much force. Round number 2 will go the Flames' way. Bomb plant as well. Is there any opportunity for that MAC-10 to upgrade into a rifle? I'm just trying to think if there's any lying about anywhere. Rouse probably would want to go for a hunt if he had a bit more health, but yeah, doesn't want to feed his opponent. So 2 on the board here for Copenhagen Flames. Really, really good start. They need to keep this pressure up, though. A long way to go. Very early days in the series. We move into round number 3.
At least from the Flames' perspective, they've come out swinging. They're feeling pretty comfortable. But Cypher being able to save that Galil does make a bit of a difference in this subsequent round. Even with very little money, they kind of have an in into this. Couple pot shots down middle. Not really going to pay any dividends whatsoever. But early banana control will be established by the Flames. Other than that, not really a lot of poking going around, considering the fact that the CTs don't really have too much utility.
Shots rattling through, Bird from Sky. Oh. X above him on the boost in CT. Doesn't catch anything, though. There's a big kill onto Dobbo. And a funky investment here for Into the Breach. They've kept enough cash to go into the next round with, but 2 players saving in the last. Investing pistols around that. They have got some teeth behind this one. They just haven't been able to show them just yet. Bomb's going to be planted. Draken in the back lines. About to make contact. Rouse eliminated, but TMB there for the trade.
I really like that Cypher still wants to save that Galil because he knows that as the CT player, he can still drop it over to Rusty, you know, if you want to prioritize having utility instead. Very, very careful with the economy, and that's something you love to see. Now, the interesting thing is that Copenhagen Flames, like, this is something we didn't really get too much of a chance to talk about in the veto, but even though Copenhagen Flames, they seem comfortable with playing Inferno, and that's something they're happy with picking, on paper, they've actually not had too much success. In fact, they haven't even played it as much as you'd like to see. Into the Breach, they've actually played it 17 times, while the Flames have only played it 9 times in the past 3 months. It's quite interesting to see the fact that they've picked up Inferno, but I think part of that comes down to how close some of their games were when they previously tried it. And, you know, maybe they've been putting in the work. Maybe they've been trying to revamp some of their strategy. I mean, in between their last couple of games, they did have about a week and a half to practice and maybe drill in some new protocols. So, you know how much of a difference 2 weeks can make when it comes to relatively newer teams. Here comes, though, early aggression by ITB, which will pay dividends.
Molly terrain over the top. Into short, TMB. Lingering. Bounds away through the smoke, won't catch anything out. Start to back off here. Aggression into Banana, into the Breach. Fall off of this quite quickly.
Here it comes, though. Into the Breeze. They're about to face the wrath of 3Ts coming their way with a fork to join soon as well. Flashbangs at the ready. CT smoked out. Dabo drops. Has just enough time to recover from the flashbang. And there's a player right above him. TMB nails him through the head. And Rusty wants to stay alive for a little bit longer. Now, position telegraph. There's a player that can cover him from Coffin. But now he's burning up. And he needs to get out of triple. Tries to stick onto his life for a little bit longer. But he doesn't. Regali, with that smoke being set up, has just enough time and space to get that first player. And the 3v3, the CTs now have to go for the retake. Bomb now starting to go down. Utility exhausted for both of the squads. Draken, the only one that has a nade. And Adam at least brings it back to close contention. Adam is getting challenged by triple. At least they have full information. They know where Regali is. Borup is quite low. And man, you do not want to be in Borup's shoes right now. It's 1 point of health, and the op will do it. Into the Breach with their first.
Well, a nice little turnaround for them, and a big round for them to win, right? This is the one where they've brought the guns into it, so this is the one that really counts for something. Copenhagen Flames building up a bit of confidence in these last 3 rounds, just continuously hitting towards the B site, thinking that it's a bit of a weakness for Into the Breach. The reality is it was just down to the lack of weaponry. Now they have the guns out, and they have a bit of util behind them. They can actually defend it to some degree. Guns come back out, but not great here for Copenhagen Flames. Bird from Sky down to a Mac 10. Considering they've won 3 rounds on the trot, and they've had bomb plants in all 3 of them as well, you'd actually expect a little bit more than this. No AWP. Decent amount of util, though, so we'll see what they can do with it.
Ooh, that's got to be rough if you're Adam, because previously he had success on Banana when he was supplemented with the utility. Now Dabo wants to play with fire, plays close, but the fire will bite back. Hands burnt. And his teammates are going to have to pay the price for it. Borup, in the meantime, will get up to his own shenanigans and gets his own kill on the other side of the map as well. So, regardless of where they decide to go, it is going to be an easy affair. The one potential that Draken even had, he's been smoked out. Does manage to get a pot shot through, but what does it even matter? He's going to have to go for the save.
Yeah, they're right out of this before the bomb's even been planted. They want nothing more to be said about this one. They will back right off. And Copenhagen Flames, they'll make it a comfortable 4. They're looking pretty solid here on their map pick of Inferno, which was, as we said at the start, kind of a bit of a comfortable one for both sides. So definitely a potential for either each other's teams to take each other's map picks, or both teams to end up taking theirs, or we see a 2-0 or something like that. You know, when the opening matches, when you've got two teams that have been playing a lot of Counter-Strike, they have comfortable map pools, and the opening matches are both maps that they're comfortable with, there really is potential for it to go anyway, whether it's an upset or not. 4-1, Copenhagen Flames keeping 4 players alive. It's going to work wonders for their economy again.
I mean, more than anything, winning this particular round at least allows them to corner ITB into a position where now they only have one obstacle to go past before the economy of the CTs is going to be threatened once again. Granted, the loss bonus is quite built up, so it's not like the CTs are ever going to be out of commission for more than one round at a time, but still something to watch out for. I want to see how the Flames play this round, though. Very early control of Banana, throwing as much utility as they can to get up close early. Flash available. Dabo's flash is just good enough for Adam to net 2 kills, and this early aggression will be met with brute force, but at least the Flames have whittled down Draken and Adam to 18 and 1 points of health, respectively.
A 2-man advantage. Definitely going to do them some favours, but as you say, whilst it seems like a 2-man advantage on paper, we can see that it's a little more complicated than that. Adam on a single point of health here on this B-bomb site. Luckily, he's got Dobbo with a bit more behind him. Boosted up as well. Adam can kind of just play the bait here. Molly reigns in. I'm surprised he's still alive. Manages to slip away. With 45 seconds left, they're going for the full execution here. Copenhagen Flames, all the pressure applied.
Dabo's position is going to be brutal, but TMB is checking it preemptively. Draken is able to get 1 kill, but he's immediately traded out by Regali, and that's something I was talking about, right? Their economy is going to be so significantly threatened that they want to go for the retake. They don't want to be at the mercy of the next round coming through. Cypher and Rusty, though, this responsibility is big. If they end up losing this round, they've suffocated themselves economically. 1 flashbang remaining. That's going to be everything as Rusty starts to move in from Banana. Do they even want to throw it, though? There it is. Shot connected by Regali. Time ticking down. Cypher getting desperate. He's managed to get the first kill, and had he known there's a player, he tagged up that significantly. He might have wanted to press the issue further, but he knows he doesn't have much time, and he's going to have to back off. 5-1, the Flames looking very convincing.
Yeah, solid round from them again, and it felt like they'd got off to a horrible start, and it might not swing their way. That was a 5 versus 3 for a moment there. And Adam, actually, the fact that he was on 1 point of health didn't even make any difference. He was taken out by an AK headshot. Hellcase, code EDC. Remember, head over. There's a banner down below. It'll send you right there. They've got a new event live with some really, really awesome new cases and features. Round number 7. Here we go. Some pistols, an MP9 in play. On the other side of things, Copenhagen Flames with everything to work with. But Draken's got an AWP, so still a chance for a bit of an upset. A glass cannon, though, so any kind of spam damage, any kind of nade damage will be absolutely huge.
Oh, a nice little work from Adam. He's been so good on that Banana position. He's consistently been able to find kills time after time. And Draken will add 1 more to the tally. Now, keep in mind, they started off with barren resources, right? That was supposed to be the round where they get cornered, the round where they're supposed to be out of it simply because they don't have much money. They can keep their wits about them. Or being allowed a flashbang to get a little more exploratory towards short, but it's something he's going to opt out of. Meanwhile, Regali tasked with opening up B.
Bomb to be thrown out. Not the bomb. The AWP to be thrown out. Not allowing them to carry that across into the next. With a 2-man advantage here into the breach. Definitely looking to close this one out. Not have the same problems as before. Adam up on top of the first oranges with the MP9. Throws himself at the second man. Not able to spray away for the second. Regali might be able to get away with the bomb plant here. The plan for Dobbo is just pressure in as it's being planted and stop it. And that's exactly what he does. Perfect stuff there for the Into the Breach side as they make it 2. And a much better round from them.
It is sort of a sigh of relief for them, right? Because they were very consistently getting threatened. They needed to be in a position where they can at least bounce back a little bit economically. And probably the icing on the cake for this particular round is that Copenhagen Flames, now they're not going to have too much money. So any chance that Into the Breach have at snowballing some rounds together, this one is it. Early smokes being deployed for good reason. They know for a fact that Copenhagen Flames' money isn't looking too great, so they want to stay away from those MAC-10s as long as possible. A couple AKs, a couple Tech-9s. Could be very devastating, but at least Cypher and Rusty have kept things very difficult. Pretty much an impenetrable wall over towards the A site. Oh.
All rouse. Up to the 1-on-5. Big headshot. But of course, nothing more to really come from it. And Into the Breach are really starting to string together a few here. Copenhagen Flames completely broken money-wise, so... yeah, crushed there. I mean, they didn't have a huge amount to work with in this round, to be perfectly honest, right? They come into this with a couple of MAC-10s and a few rifles, so you kind of shrug it off, but now they're on the eco. We could actually see this scoreline tie up. And Dorothy, one of our partners, awesome gaming peripherals available for you guys and an affordable price. Click that banner down below, head over and check them out, see if there's anything you fancy. There's some really cool stuff up for grabs.
Didn't realize my mic was muted for a second. Sorry. But in the meantime, though, Rusty and Adam have done an incredible job at cleaning up Banana. Yes, they lose a couple of players, but who's counting? Especially when their money is just looking that damn good. The Flames, though, get another chance at getting those guns out. Now, keep in mind, the Flames are at that 5-1 mark where Into the Breach had barely any money, so they could have actually made it to 6 rounds without Into the Breach actually ever being able to get up on their feet. But because they lose that round preemptively, they don't get a chance to build up their own economy, which means that Into the Breach can start snowballing into rounds that they simply didn't have money to fight back with. So, really a bit of a feedback loop that ended up happening to them. ITP just one round away from closing the gap, but Holly still wants to contest it.
An advantage here once again for the Copenhagen Flames. Control taken. Now to try and press the issue here. Minute on this clock. Copenhagen Flames still just kind of lingering, right? Not going for anything too decisive, just spreading around the map for some control. Into the Breach have gone for a massive commitment on A. And, oh my goodness, an absolute bloodbath towards the top of mid. Surely at this point they realise this B bomb side, it's empty. Draken desperately rotating over. They think that they know. They don't realise they've got the bomb down. Rusty.
Oh, now Rusty does.
Now he spots it.
And this is going to be big. Rusty might be able to do a whole lot more off this position, and he's actually going to double down and drop into second middle as well. So now, while they're worried that Rusty might be over towards apartments, he's taken the long way around, and Draken's going to be that point of contention that acts as a distraction. They're still looking for Rusty. They have absolutely no idea where he is, and Borup, being alone, wants to get that bomb, wants to book it, but Draken will say no.
Ooh. Okay, well, things really going back and forth here. This round was an absolute mess, and I don't really know any other way of describing it. It was just completely hectic. Copenhagen Flames, watching that back will absolutely be frustrating. They had that in the bag. They had a free B bomb site. But the Banana players have to force away from the control that they'd taken just to come and support in middle. Round number 11. Just pistols here for the Flames into the breach could cause a serious upset if they win this this first map, their opponent's pick. I said at the start of this, both teams are comfortable with the first two maps of this series, so there's absolutely a chance that we see either one of them take it.
Copenhagen Flames, knowing that they've only got pistols, they want to make something happen hard, and they want to make it happen fast. Really good recognition of the potential push, though. They're going to stop that apartment spot, courtesy of the Molotov. But as soon as the flames start to fade, the flames will start to rise. Rusty, tasked with short, is only good for one before he falls. Nice little one-way for Cypher, and the nade is going to make his job a little easier as they drop into pit. Cypher continues to be a menace, and Regali, even though he's alive, he doesn't have a lot to work with. Okay, Op recovered. Asimov in hand. Let's see if he can make it flashy. For a duel. Oh, back exposed. Tries to go for a shot, but a little too quick on the flake, and he just doesn't connect. Into the breach, actually getting the advantage now. This is scary for the Flames. For a second there, Adam's M4A1S had as many bullets as an A4. I swear.
You sure?
I'm sure.
Bug.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I've heard that if you take the silencer off 6 times and you reinstall the game, you get 30 bullets.
And then you press up, down, left, right on the D-pad, and then you press A, 6, 8. Yeah. Okay. Cheat code.
Pretty easy. How do you think all the teams made it to the major? They forgot to give FaZe and Vitality the memo.
Makes sense. But from Sky. Oh, okay. Nice couple of trades. Finally, things start to go Copenhagen Flames' way. But what do they do with this banana control? They had a window there. If they'd have pressed forward, they could have traded 1-for-1 onto Draken and actually had a free bomb site. But Rusty now causes complications, and they find themselves in a 2-on-2. Ooh, nice shot from Regali, though.
Really nice little unpeak. Oh man, this is such a difficult situation for Cypher to be in, because not only does he have to actually retake B, but he also has to deal with a potential flank. He's expecting there to be 2 players, so he's comfortably going to be clearing out 2 angles, but not a lot he can do when Borup is waiting with a knife to his back. 6-6, and the Flames will immediately bounce back, but the problem for them is that into the breach have built up a pretty monstrous economy.
Absolutely. They're rolling in it, to be honest. They've got loads of money. They can fully invest whatever they want. So here come the rifles, the AWP. They're not playing into this one conservative at all. They're actually kind of fully focused on just buying up as much as they can and winning it. They know that Copenhagen Flames took a lot of damage in that last one, so the reinvestments are going to mean probably not the best of buys. Certainly no AWP on Regali. He's had a brilliant start. He sat 11-7, but he hasn't been able to pull out that sniper as much as I think he'd really like to. It's also really difficult to AWP on the T side of Inferno. Like, probably the hardest map in the pool, I feel, to AWP, especially on the T side of. So, ooh, but from Sky. Good opening.
A little slower. The CT is not really wanting to exhaust too much of the utility, but the problem for Into the Breach is that they simply don't really have that much information. They're kind of gamble stacked onto A because there's a 2-man balcony setup, and if Copenhagen Flames actually decide to go back, it's going to be pretty difficult for them to breach this A bomb site.
Bracken. On the angle, he's got an AWP. 3 players are low, though, that are about to walk into his position. Smoke in place. Look how much support he's got. All of the defenders here and ready. Had Copenhagen Flames committed to that B-bomb site, they would have been in trouble. Instead, they read it well. And now Cypher, all on his lonesome here to defend. He's got a good position, but he needs to find a multi-kill. And there it is, a double. And he stays alive. That's perfect.
Oh, he's definitely the thorn in their side. I love how Cypher preemptively tries to spray him down, but even with the headshot, that is simply not enough damage. Cypher had to be the one to be the difference maker, but unfortunately, Regali and TMB, even though they're quite heavily tagged up, they're not dead. And that's all that matters when you're trying to consider a retake.
Yeah, I think Draken having an AWP here as well is a bit of a problem. I think if he has a rifle in this scenario, or if it's basically anyone other than Draken, you say, okay, right, like, there's a decent chance of going for this. They had some time, they had a kill on Darbo, and they probably, or at least should have had the information. They'd done a fair bit of damage on a couple of those players as well, but... 7-6, AWP gets carried across into the breach, did very heavily invest into that round, so it sort of makes sense. But Cypher's done a hell of a job. I think, whilst we'd be commending them if Copenhagen Flames had actually ended up on that B site, I do think it maybe was a tiny bit of a mistake to go for that overcommitment on B. Cypher actually hit the dink onto Regali there as well. I didn't realise that when he was fighting for his life in pit. Almost pulls off a 3K.
Ooh, Dabo's position is so aggressive, but I love it. Tries to stay alive for a little bit longer, but his teammates are there to try and support. Cypher lingering in apartments could be the difference maker, though. Draken tries to get aggressive. Regali, immediate punish, and I cannot believe Rusty's allowed the transgression into Boiler. It's going to cost a teammate his life. It's a pretty clean round for Copenhagen Flames. Now, into the breach, they still have another crack at it to make it to 7. At least have a serviceable half, but regardless of which way they go, the pistol round is going to be of the essence, because if the Flames, they're on their own map pick, if they get to that CT side, get to around that 11th round mark, it starts to look a little bit difficult, especially when Into the Breach have heavily relied on some of these individuals to pull through, and their T side wasn't really looking amazing when they were playing against Estonia as well. Could be a different case on Inferno, though. Not going to count them out just yet.
Cypher. Oh, brilliant positioning, but timing doesn't bless him as Borup crosses. TMB thinks it's clear, though. Knife out. Borup starts to work his way back. They've crossed through the smoke. Oh, no, Borup. He'll never be expected out of balcony. This is absolutely huge.
And I think Borup realizes this. He knows the kind of bamboozling he's been up to, and he knows he can find his way behind them. Just isn't sure if Pit is clear, though. Like, right under him, he doesn't have that full information. Rusty gets aggressive, and that means that by the time Borup can even take advantage of his position, 3 of his teammates are dead. He's slowly communicating this information to Rawls. Do they have any idea that Borup could have crossed over? Absolutely not, because the apartment smoke was so long ago. I don't think they know that Borup can do this. It needs to go for the long haul, the long trigger discipline play. But he realizes he's botched this. 1 kill can simply not pay for the amount of lives his teammates have lost. Rusty peeking out, shot to the side of the head. With the bomb collected, there's not a whole lot that Rawls can do. Consolation prizes looking to be collected. Kind of a checkmate here when you've only got 15 seconds.
Yeah, definitely doesn't want to be dying after time here either. This was almost such a sick round. Borup had such a brilliant position. Okay, he does die. He tries to go for the bomb plant. Obviously, the last... I was going to say he doesn't want to die after time. It's the last round of the half. So, yeah, we see an 8-7. But, yeah, Borup had such a brilliant position. That could have been everything. But, unfortunately, the bombs dropped in second mid. And that's a factor that they couldn't really escape from. So... whilst he had this awesome flank going on, Into the Breach had control of the C4, and Copenhagen Flames were dropping like flies trying to retrieve it. And timing doesn't quite bless Borup. He's only good for 1. As you say, definitely isn't enough. A play like that, he needs 2 or 3 kills and to stay alive for it to really be worthwhile. 8-7. Kevlar on 4. Bird from Sky with all the util. Generally the rule. It's the IGLs on either side that are playing that supporting role here in the pistol. Slow stuff. 4-man stack towards the A bomb site, though. Copenhagen Flames really throwing all their eggs into one basket here.
And the problem with this kind of setup is that Into the Breach aren't even going for a balls to the wall approach. You know, they're not trying to push into a side early on. They're actually allowing for their feelers to get the early information, and that's sort of the responsibility that Dabo is going to have to convey that information early on. Rawls knows that a player's there, and now that they've showed info, now that they've committed the util, the only initial smoke they had, they're going to start to double down on this B side Borup. Nice little collection early on. Look at this. The bomb's actually making it all the way back. I'm not really sure why they've continued to commit the T-side players here, but at least they're lucky that Draken's able to find his end of the trade. In the meantime, though, bomb's been found on middle, and that is going to be a problem.
Oh man, TMB, what a precarious angle to be in. Dobbo's even going to drop and try and trade, and it's you got a bit of an advantage, right, when you're pre-firing, dropping into Maxi like that, but regardless, traded instantly. Draken in the 1-on-3. Oh, that's crisp. That's super crisp. Kevlar behind this P250 as well, but only 36 points of health. As he starts to press forward, almost hits a second head, but no, Regali's there to finish off the job. Orpa v Orpa in the pistol rounds, always deadly. 9-7, Copenhagen Flames get off to a good start here in the second half.
Yeah, no surprises at all if they can get to that 11th round mark pretty comfortably, and that's where Into the Breach are going to start suffocating a little bit. You know that the Flames are going to be a monster when it comes to the CT side. And unfortunately, ITB haven't really shown that their individuals can shine that much on the T side just yet, at least not today. A little bit of an approach from Adam. I think Bird from Sky was about to lose his head there had it not been for the insurance policy waiting. And I love that. You know, they continue to apply pressure around the smoke. They have Rawls there as well. No reason to let these pistols get comfortable. Impossible setup here for the pistols to push past. Yeah, it's just a waiting game before Into the Breach die here. And the big problem here is that Into the Breach have actually invested quite heavily. So next round, not going to be great.
Oh, Draken. Okay, nothing comes of it. I thought he might be able to hit off a snazzy headshot there, but yeah, Copenhagen Flames really starting to steal the show. Obviously, after that pistol round, not phased by the Desert Eagles. Our partners again over at Hellcase. Do go and check them out. They've got some awesome new cases, a brilliant new event going on. Probably the last one before the Christmas event as well. So we've just seen the Halloween one come to an end. We've got something a little funkier, Night of the Mall, and then yeah, the Christmas event will be going on through December. So make sure you go check that out. Use code EDC. Click that banner down below. There's pistols here though for Into the Breach. Should be a good chance for Bird from Sky to farm some cash with the MP9. He's trying to do so. Pressure's forward down Banana. Getting right up in their faces.
Oh. I really thought Cypher was going to hit that shot, but the aim punch is a cruel mistress. If you're in a position like that, you're just sort of looking at your left hand, looking at... Yeah, sorry, I was just interrupted there by somebody entering my room.
Good. Were they bringing anything fun? Any gifts?
No, I actually had an energy drink in the fridge, and somebody accidentally opened it, thinking it was their beverage of choice. And now I just have another full monster sitting around that I can do nothing with, because I've already had one. I'm not gonna have 2 energy drinks in one day. I'm not a gamer like you, Josh.
I don't even drink energy drinks, bro. I am a gamer though.
Mm-hmm.
Loud and proud. Screaming from the rooftops.
Sometimes I just D-rank my accounts just to make sure that people don't think I'm too serious about this game.
Yeah, me too. Me too. That's why I've been losing.
Can't have
Elo.
the girls over and like have face it open while you have level 10 on. You know, at least bring it down to 7 or like a low 8.
Yeah, it's like this guy's decent, but also he's still cool.
Yeah, like you want the girls to think when you bring them over that like, okay, so he's not too serious about gaming, but he's just good enough genetically to be level 8 without trying, you know? So like he could have been an athlete if he wanted to.
Could have been an athlete. What about me? I could be like a... Actually, I don't know if I can go down that route. I was going to say, I got the build of like a long distance runner. Could be like a marathon runner.
Yeah, I think you could pull that off.
But from Sky. Pulling off some real heroics here on Banana. A 3k with that MP9 against a buy-up as well. Draken. Left in a 1-on-3. AK in hand. 58 points of health. Doesn't even grab the bomb. Actually wants to pressure forward for a kill before doing so. It's in this smoke. He's actually going to walk right through it. Almost. Okay, Draken. That would have been spicy. Had he have taken the bomb with him and found those 2 kills, he could have wrapped around to A. But without it, actually would have had to go back. And it was being held by the Banana aggressor. So, regardless, doesn't take it. 12-7 here for Copenhagen Flames. They're really looking solid on their CT side.
Yeah, and that was something we both were fearing, right? We expected Copenhagen Flames to be a lot stronger when it came to their own CT side of their own map pick. Luckily for Into the Breeze, this is not over just yet. They do have another chance on map number 2. If they can close out their own map pick, perhaps we see a convincing third map. Problem is, Copenhagen Flames have historically just been a great team on the CT side. So when you see them go over to their opponent's map pick, they get to play that CT side first as well. I'm a little worried.
An advantage again here for the Flames, just against pistols, but it's always a promising sign when those pistols haven't just swarmed in and overwhelmed you in the first couple of seconds. Cypher has got himself a really good position here. And actually, if he could see what we could see right now, he would run all the way to the B-bomb site and just plant that C4.
Yeah, he's just being extra careful, extra diligent to make sure he can at least have a fair fight. And I think he's kind of realized this now, right? I think he realizes that all the members of the Flames are huddled up towards A. Got a bit of a gap in their defenses, and the reason they've done that is because they had that flank going. They were expecting one of their players to be able to pick up information on the bomb planter if he went over towards from Banana, but Cypher has actually slipped past and gone all the way around the long route. Draken's still alive, bomb planted on B, and Draken knows he's got no business here. Take that AK, save it. I think they even delayed the bomb defusal a little bit so that they could have one player move in and try to find that final AK, try to find Draken, but I think they just didn't want to risk it too much. It's not like it's too big of a deal if they get away with an AK, especially with this kind of lead.
Yeah, you can kind of shrug it off, can't you? Especially considering Into the Breach are on a buy in this next round anyway, so it actually has very, very little impact. Well, I say that. It actually means that he can drop it over and then buy an AWP. So, I suppose to some degree, it comes with some merit. Only nades deployed into Banana, into the Breach, playing it from an arm's length, though. They know that those nades have been coming through quite consistently, so don't want to be putting the pressure on too early. Wait for those nades to come in, then you can start to aggress. Once you've seen a couple of HEs come over from the B-bomb site, you know that there can't be many more to come. 3 players stacked up here, though, for Copenhagen Flames. They're actually playing an interesting defense here. Normally, you see 3 players head over to B early to throw some utility or drop some utility, then that third man will rotate back over to the A site. That's not the case. They've really committed into this, and as Into the Breach have taken the brackets control, there's a lot of pressure here on the A defenders.
Oh, TMB, he had to get that initial shot to give them at least some comfort going into this A-side defense. Now there's only one member. It's Borup. He's got to hold down the line while the reinforcements start to come in. 3 players coming in from short, 1 to soon join from bracket. And I love how he's just tucked himself into pit. At least wants to give himself a fighting chance early on. Flashes out. Molotov to knock him out of position as well. And Borup, now they know exactly where he is. He's good for 1, but is that enough? Definitely not, as Regali's too far away.
A good response from Into the Breach. And to be honest, I highlighted it at the very start of this round. The early three-man stack on the B bomb site was the mistake there. Those three players stacked up meant that they actually couldn't contest the control over towards brackets. They were playing a super defensive approach towards the A bomb site. Meant that they lost loads of early map control and ultimately lost the round because of it. Regali will be able to save that AWP, and the cash they've got behind them means that they'll be able to buy into the next as well. Three players staying alive though. Cypher retrieves that. Oh, I thought he went to go and get that AWP. He didn't pick it up. 8 on the board, though, for Into the Breach. Chance to get back into this. The fat squirrel's back. I left some peanuts out. Oh, there's two of them. There's the fat squirrel and the not-so-fat squirrel.
I like how we just have squirrel lore at this point.
Oh, yeah, everybody. Can't be an EDC fan without knowing the squirrels. We should name them. That one's got to be called Chonk, but I don't know about the other one.
I feel like Chonk is too common of a name.
Okay.
We need to give it a username like Greaseball66.
Okay, alright. I vibe with that.
Name the fatter one number 9 large.
Number 9 large, the other one's called Slim Jim.
Mm-hmm.
Dorbo, big double up. This would be a good time for them to turn things around. Of course, still money here for Copenhagen Flames, but it's definitely been depleting in every round that they've lost. And Into the Breach, whilst it does seem like a bit of a feat for them to come back into this, taking this 9th, especially applying pressure here and hunting for these final 2, there'll be one more buy left in the Flames, and then they'll be in trouble. Then we'll be seeing double digits from ITB and no money for the Flames. They've really started to lose control here of their defense, and it's predominantly down to the fact that they're struggling to hold A.
I wouldn't really say that they're struggling just yet, because there's been a couple of good rounds from Into the Breach, sure, but we really haven't seen enough of a sample size from Copenhagen Flames really dropping the ball here on A to decisively say that they've got that issue. But yeah, for sure, the signs are there. I think there is an indication that Copenhagen Flames might want to go for a bit of a timeout preemptively. Okay, it ends up being a technical pause instead. It's a little spooky that I was... oh, man. But yeah. A little unsure why the technical pause has come through, because it doesn't seem like anyone's disconnected. Is it Borup that's disconnected? Okay, so one of the players had to open a door, which is... I guess it's a technical pause, but also if somebody's outside the door and they have like a book of strategies that they're gonna hand to you, like you just get strategy home delivered, then it's a tactical timeout. So tiny difference, but it matters. Okay, if you have a coach come over, that's a tactical timeout. If a coach comes over and kicks your PC, that's a technical timeout.
Makes sense. No, that makes sense. What if... I'm trying to think of something. I think we leave it there. We'll be back into the game in a second. But I do wonder sometimes, right? Like how often some of these technical pauses and stuff, when it comes to online CS, like there's real life stuff. Yeah. For me, casting and stuff, yeah, sometimes someone comes to the door. Sometimes the fire alarm goes off for no reason. Bizarre external factors. So I do wonder how much that actually happens, like in pro online CS. But there you go. There's a little example of it. We get an insight into...
Yeah, I mean, consider that you're one guy casting, right? And you've got your co-caster. But when you're watching a pro CS match, there's 10 players that can have issues, so... Kind of surprised that we can even sit through a game.
I think I might have told you this before, I can't remember, but I was casting a series with Kremer a while back. He was staying at my house, and at my old house, we had very, very high ceilings, like really high ceilings. And the fire alarm went off, and it was at the top of one of these really high ceilings, and we couldn't turn it off. And mid-cast, we're like going one by one to like go out into the hallway and throw stuff at the fire alarms, try and stop it. And then we were like, okay, we're just gonna like cut to a break and we're gonna go and try and sort this out. And I'm on Kremer's shoulders trying to do the fire alarm, still can reach it. It was ridiculous. In the end, we actually like threw something at it really hard and broke it, and then it stopped going off.
And then you found out that there was an actual fire it was warning you about.
Yeah, and then no, we didn't, luckily. But
Speaking of
that would have
fire,
been funny, wouldn't it?
Speaking of flames, actually. They're about to have their metal tested yet again over towards the A site, potentially, because they've had a player creep past the Arch's smoke. Ooh, this could have been rough for TMB as he pushed past the Arch's smoke, but he still manages to get away with his life. But you can see now that into the breach with only 30 seconds remaining now, they want to make something happen. Early smoke deployed. Rawls is boosted up on top as well, so this is a very difficult duel for them to play around. Bird from Sky is the distraction. They're not going to expect the boost. The kills start to come through. There's a lot of misses, actually. I didn't think that was going to happen, but Rawls can at least buy enough time for his teammates to start to come through. Flare tucked in behind second box, and Draken's got the AWP as well. They've got to get the bomb down, but with Rawls alive and kicking, that's an impossibility. And into the breach will falter once again.
Oh, not at a time like this as well. They really, really needed this round to keep the chances of bringing this comeback to life. Bird from Sky has just gone absolutely huge on the double there. I can't believe that Rouse has been able to have as much damage as he has here as well. Should have really been taken out when he was on that boost. The fact that he's been able to get the information, slip down, and then kind of go incognito for as long as he did is pretty insane. Chance for map point here for Copenhagen Flames. They do have to face up against another buy into the breach. Accumulated a fair few rounds in a row, and money comes with that, but important one for them to be picking up. Adam close to Banana. Maybe doesn't realise just how close they are, and the flashbang's perfect. Nice opening.
Yeah, a couple of nice shots there, but the equalizer does eventually come through. The biggest problem here is that that bomb still needs to be recovered. So by the time they actually get comfortable on the A site into the breach, they're going to have to wait for it. And the problem is that Regali has an AWP. Borup's got control of second middle. So, oh no, that's it. That's it. That should be the call, right? The bomb's now dropped. Now it's looking super uncomfortable, and Borup can just play the slow game. He can shoulder peek into the hallway. He can take his sweet time just circling around the bomb. They have 1 million angles to check, and he can also call for the rotation from Bird from Sky. But the problem is that Bird from Sky can't quite rotate unless he has full information on whether or not his angle's being checked. No! Borup, he gets baited out by the sound. And now Bird from Sky is going to do something all by his lonesome. 39 points of health and 30 seconds remaining. That's just been a haphazard round, chaotic through and through. Bird from Sky preemptively rotates over to the B site, so not going to have a chance to fight on A. You can see that he's just a headless chicken right now, looking to see where that bomb is eventually going to be planted. Not sure why he just didn't go for the save there, but that's his wish, and it won't be granted.
Man, what a start as well. Adam getting that early aggression. I was quite surprised that Copenhagen Flames actually stuck around towards top Banana as well. It really did feel like they could have just taken that advantage and fallen away. It ends up costing them. 14-10 into the breach. Back in the picture, back with a chance of getting this done without overtime. Copenhagen Flames forcing into this one. Decent buy, bore up down to the MP9 though. And a real bottom of the barrel investment, right? Nothing more can come out of future rounds unless they win this one or unless they save a couple of weapons. The next one will be a full eco. So it would be a huge turning point for Into the Breach, a swing round that would maybe swing the momentum of this game. They put pressure onto Banana. They've already taken the control. They've identified this one towards CT. They're going to keep piling on the pressure, but not overcommit to this. Bomb's still towards T-Ramp.
Oh man, they found the gap. Adam realized that they weren't playing right behind the smoke. They walk through into the breach, have breached the B-bomb site. slim window of opportunity is all it took. I like how the Flames don't even buzz. They're like, yep, it's gone. See you.
Well, that's the thing with Inferno, right? So many situations like this where you lose the opening duels on the bomb site, you just don't even attempt the rotation. You just say, yep, that's it, round done. See you in the next kind of thing. But it does give them a bit of a luxury to say, actually, instead of having a full eco in the next round, they do have a few rifles. But I don't want them to buy around these rifles. I mean, it's not my call to make, it's their call to make. But personally, I think they're better off just saving their cash, go in with these 3 rifles, maybe drop a couple of pistols, but make sure you've got a full investment moving forward. The second that they try and over-invest around these saved weapons, things become a little problematic. A trade there as well. So MP9 gone. An M4 and an AWP to come into this next.
Still a pretty scary round, honestly, because Copenhagen Flames can definitely make use of that AWP on Regali, and knowing the kind of player that he is, knowing the fact that he's going 21-10, even in such a hotly contested game, he can always be a threat. But they've bought up a significant amount of utility on the CT side, and that makes sense, you know? You want to at least draw down the timer a little bit, you want the Ts to suffocate so you can actually make use of that AWP. Oh, the trajectory of that nade actually quite significantly gives up Borup's position. They know for a fact that he's thrown it from balcony because you can hear the ticks as they come through. Balcony flashes lined up. They're getting ready to pop. Only a couple pistols on the other end, and they're trying to body block them from coming out. Rawls. Ooh, that could have been a bit more, but Cypher can find 2. Kraken, in the meantime, tries to be a problem for Regali, but Regali stays true. It is a 3v4, though. And I think at this point, they've already given up the idea of going for this. They know they've netted yet another AWP, so their economy can be significantly bolstered.
Yeah, they already made the call. They've got a double AWP here, so no way they're coming into this. One of them actually saved from Draken, so not like some huge investment on the double AWP setup, but still. It'd be interesting to see them go for it in this next round. Bird from Sky, we have seen him pull out a sniper plenty of times in the past. And actually, he's had his stints as an AWPer as well in various rosters when they don't have that primary AWP. He has been the man that will happily pick up that sniper, especially on Linksy Vikings back in the day. Just sort of saying, yeah, we haven't got a Regali, so I'll AWP. And he can hit his shots with it. He can be pretty menacing. 14-12, though. They've got enough money to buy, and they've saved those weapons, so plenty of cash to go for the investments. M4's out, double AWP setup. Second one's actually been dropped over to TMB. I presume it's a sort of spawn-based thing. Where's he headed? Yeah, spawn-based. He's heading over towards A. He wants to go for an early pick, maybe towards the apartments or something. Into the breach, though. Piling on the pressure once again towards Banana. Cypher looking for this entry.
There's going to be one of those breaker rounds for either team. Actually, not for either team, just the CT side. I looked at Draken's money and misjudged the situation a little bit, but here it comes, Copenhagen Flames. Now, want to take a little bit of early control of Banana, and as the smoke is fading, Bird from Sky is being pushed upon, tries to be a menace to Cypher, but as he falls, Cypher can move in, or rather, Rawls can move in just in time. It turns out to be an advantageous duel for Copenhagen Flames, and with 55 seconds on the clock, we might see an into the breach, hurrying things up before those rotations start to come through, but that window is now long gone. You can see that Regali is now ready and waiting. Not a whole lot of utility for them to fight back with. In fact, Rawls has nothing that he can delay them with, save for just his bullets. Now they're slowly moving in. Flashbang for Rawls to peek. It's perfect. Regali acts as a perfect supportive element. Rawls gets a second. Now Draken's going to feel like that entire push was a bit too disconnected, disjointed. Puts a kill in his back pocket, but Consolation is not what you're looking for when you're already down 14 to 12. Make that 15 soon.
It's a horrible round to lose. Bird from Sky, just a thorn in their side at the start of that one, and Rail so patient once again. This anchor towards the B bomb site just causing so many problems for this attack. 3 rounds in a row required to take this to overtime. Luckily for them, they do have enough money to buy around that AWP, but yeah, it's a rough one. It's a rough one to lose. They could have been 14-13. They could have been playing for the regulation win right now. Instead, they're on the back foot playing for OT. Of course, it's their opponent's map pick, so still a second chance in this series. But it would have done them a lot of favours winning this first map. Still a chance to do so. Adam tagged down low. Borop and a 42 himself, but obtain this banana control. Secondary smokes go in as well so that he can stick around for a little bit longer and safely retreat.
Look at how much space is being gained on Banana right now. Because Bird from Sky has that much utility, the fact that he can draw out a Molotov as well, he's cleared Banana just for long enough to make sure his teammates can stay on A without having too much of a worry. And now that the utility starts coming in, he's conveyed the information for Borup to start rotating over. Ooh. Look at how calculated the Flames are. They aren't quite jumping the gun on rotations, and they've got pretty heavy reliance on Bird from Sky to be able to get things done by himself. And by the time Into the Breach actually start pushing in, by the time that smoke is deployed, that's when they're actually going to start to bring those rotations in. Beautiful, beautiful work. And they just might have the raid Into the Breach now, pushing in. Bird from Sky had a great position off that flashbang, but he just can't get it. Cypher with a double. Dabo gets a single. And Regali and TMB could have done something about this courtesy of the low HP, but with Regali falling early, TMB's now left out in the open. Now, consider the fact that that was a perfect read from Copenhagen Flames. When Into the Breach actually push on into the site, they're ready. They've got their rotation. They've got Bird from Sky up close and personal. They've got the smoke down. They've got perfect timing. It just comes down to the duels.
And the duels aren't enough. TMB does manage to find himself an AWP, so he'll carry across into the next, but have they got enough money? I think just about enough to pull out a decent buy around it. That's if TMB stays alive here. As he doesn't, I think we'll see a half investment here from the Flames. They'll allow Into the Breach onto 14, and then we'll play for a 30th round for overtime. Potential for this to go either way, and considering how Copenhagen Flames started off yesterday, it's been a bit of a weird storyline, hasn't it? Because Copenhagen Flames absolutely demolished Estonia. It was 16-2. Then Into the Breach just earlier on today had a bit of a hard time against them. And you think, okay, if they've struggled against Estonia, then surely they're going to struggle against Copenhagen Flames. But that's not really been the case. And I think that's a real testament to what map you're on and the play style of your opponents. Really coming in to be a big factor here. Oh my goodness, the USPs, no way. Big damage. It was an eco round. I'd written it off. I was nattering away.
Yeah, you could just see an army of James Bonds injecting steroids before jumping out with the silenced pistols. Got very, very dangerous there. But last hurrah for both teams. Copenhagen Flames have a chance to close it out right away, while Into the Breach have a chance at potentially taking it to their own map with a victory on the first.
Red Bull donne des ailes.
all-new 2023 Honda CR-V. Yes, you can.
Breaches map pick with a victory on their chest.
Oh, it's so sick. So well played. Look at that. And I love the setup there as well from Borup and TMB. Borup just says, I'm going to take the contact. You just stay touched. There's no way in hell they're going to expect all three of us to be here. And that's exactly what he does. Dobbo in the 1v1 situation, panicking, looking CT, looking ruins. The last place he's going to look is a second man new boss. And Borup as well, just finding a massive 3k there as well. The double spray down, and then with 3 bullets left, even swings and commits to the third and final fight. Really sick. And a massive map win from Copenhagen Flames as well. It was their map pick, so maybe got a little too close for comfort, but they secure it. So it doesn't really matter how you get there as long as you get to your destination, and that's what they've done.
Absolutely. Now, great stuff from Copenhagen Flames, but Into the Breach do have a chance to bring it right back on map number 2. But the big threat here is whether or not Copenhagen Flames can close it out 2-0. Nuke, something that both teams are super comfortable with. But before we can really have that storyline unfold, we are going to have to go to a short break to see how things are going to pan out. Stay tuned.
and a 591 milliliter Mountain Dew. Mission deliciously accomplished. Unlock Dual XP with any specially marked 591 milliliter Mountain Dew.
Que vous ayez envie d'un film, de danser ou de jouer. Avec la nouvelle Visa RBC Ion Plus, obtenez 3 fois les points avion récompense pour chaque dollar dépensé sur la diffusion en continu et les jeux vidéo en ligne. Voici la Visa RBC Ion Plus. I don't want that, no. I don't want that, no.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Welcome back, everybody. Copenhagen Flames nearly fumbled the bag there for a second, and I did think for a second that maybe Into the Breach are going to be able to take it to overtime, but that is not the case. With only 3 players alive in a 3v5 in a late round scenario, Into the Breach were able to bring... Copenhagen Flames were able to bring it back, and they were able to close it out 16-14. But keep in mind, that is on Copenhagen Flames' own map mix. So now, you're going to be looking at Into the Breach starting off on their own map. So maybe we're going to see a different outcome, but the big scary monster in my head right now, and the monster in Into the Breach's head right now, is also the fact that Copenhagen Flames will be starting on the CT side, something that they've historically been amazing at. So,
yeah.
Thoughts, Josh?
Yeah, well, to be honest, I was going to touch upon the same thing before we actually cut to the break. Going on to Nuke, both maps really comfortable. Both teams really comfortable with this map. Into the Breach more so, and often a map that they pick into, but Copenhagen Flames have had some good results on it recently, beating Young Ninjas, K23, Webster's, Monty. And as you say, getting to start on their CT side as well is a dangerous, dangerous beast. We'll see if we end up on a third. But yeah, that late round call from Bird from Sky on Inferno, he's just an absolute mastermind. People criticize him, but I think he's a legendary IGL. Just never been able to breach into that tier 1 seed. Here we go, though. Second map for the series. It's Nuke. It's Copenhagen Flames starting off on their CT side. And Into the Breach, heavy utility setup here. Dobbo and Adam opting for it.
Utility about to roll out. Regali pushed off of his position, and they know exactly where he is because the tick from the Molotov should have been present, but Regali and Rawls, they have cleaned house. Highlight for Rawls that he gets 3, and Copenhagen Flames, if they're going to start off like this, I would be shivering in my boots if I'm Into the Breach.
Yeah, shiver my timbers. What a round. Absolutely cracked there from Rouse. Real showcase of just how talented this man is with his aim. He's played for some big boys in the past. And here we go, second round. Everything to work with here for the Flames. On the other side of things, Into the Breach don't touch anything. They have been withheld at the candy store. Adam saying, do not spend a penny because we need this money going into the next. And we didn't get a bomb plant. We didn't get any kills last round. So we really, really do need this cash. Adam falling early. Regali. Oh, he's just picking them apart. Tapping heads. What a beast.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really a whole lot you can expect from this round. Into the Breach kind of just have to walk into their death. Regali getting a chance to add to that good old HLTV.
Yeah, put
I saw a picture of like there was a picture of, I think it was Magic's, yeah, from Spirit, right? And he was checking his stats right after the game ended. Like he's just refreshing HLTV like on a laptop right after the game ended against Liquid. It's beautiful.
In a major as well? Oh man,
yeah,
come on.
I think that's where it matters the most, right? Because like if I'm playing the major, please God, let me play the major one day. I'm probably getting my phone out and just checking stats in between breaks and rounds. I mean, I'm sure that's rule breaking, but I mean, who's stopping me?
We had an incident of that at a UK
Really?
LAN a few years ago. Yeah. I-63 was sponsored by UK Masters. I mean, it was like a 30k prize pool, and I was competing in it. And as part of it, there was a qualifier, and a Russian team qualified through, like the old Unique Gaming guys. And yeah, while they were there, they were caught basically between rounds, like shift tabbing and checking HLTV to see the other team's money and stuff.
Oh
and,
my God, that is.
Yeah, they got penalized. I don't think they got disqualified, but they got punished for something. I can't remember what the punishment was. Yeah, not allowed to do that.
Punished for being based, I guess.
Yeah. Alpha move, 200 IQ.
Shift tabs, checks economy, defeats everyone in the tournament, doesn't elaborate, leaves with 30k. Right, a bit of a slower round though for Into the Breach. You can see that haven't quite made any moves just yet, and that could come back to bite them because they don't have a whole lot of utility. They've got a couple smokes, a couple Molotovs as well, so they're still good for one execute. It's going to be Rusty's job to make sure they can actually hop onto a site. Courtesy of the flashbangs available on his belt. I'm not really sure if I'm a big fan of how late Into the Breach is cutting it because they don't really have too much space. Here it comes, though, as the Molotov arrives. Bird from Sky tried to get a little more progressive here in towards Hut. Now they're going to have to do things the raw way. They're just going to try to fight them back with mere bullets and no utility, really. Into the breach, pretty much winning out every single one of their duels. With the exception of Rawls coming in from behind, he could still be a big menace because there's only 20 and 6 points of health on 2 players. And as I say that, Dabo will win his fight.
Yeah, I wasn't the biggest fan of them cutting it as fine as they did as well, and they were walking into a stacked A bomb site. Copenhagen Flames had the info and had the read. It was perfect. They just lost all of their jaws and actually played it very disjointed as well. Bird from Sky could have just, bearing in mind the timer there, could have just kind of baited his teammates a little bit and tried to play his life there, try and play for the bomb denial. Instead, peeks in with his teammates and they just get absolutely mowed down. MP9 at range isn't going to do that kind of damage. Fire does come out though. Remember, they did play a bit of a bonus in the last, so rouse down to that SMG, but the rest on the rifles. But from Sky, super aggressive, spots the shadow, should have been a freebie. Oh, that's messy. TMB. How? Do you whiff that bad? But he does find it eventually. And a man disadvantage, crossing into secret, they're making loads of noise. The Flames have to react from this.
Just a slow progression into secret. You can see that the Flames have also progressed into a lobby a little bit, so quite a bit of information for them to work for, but Into the Breach haven't quite gotten onto the site just yet, so that amount of time should be good enough for the Flames to at least try and make a dent. The problem is that Rawls only has an MP9, so by the time he gets here, he's still not going to be in a prime position to fight back. Nice little nade and molly, or rather nade and flash stack to stop them from pushing through. Player and observation has been taken away as well, and quickly into the breaches, players are going to realize that A site is where they should be headed. Bomb now punched in. Copenhagen Flames realize this. Oh, if Regali gets that kill, that could be the sign to try and go for it, but the biggest problem here is the lack of a kit.
Yeah, I don't think Copenhagen Flames want anything more to do with this. They completely back out of here. Into the breach, they'll be able to make it too. And there we go. Solid stuff. Keeping 3 players alive as well. They'll be happy with that. Don't want to go hunting. Keep that economy thriving. Keeping it tied up 2-2 on a T side of Nuke is, yeah, pretty impressive. Quick tactical pause here for the Flames.
You know what? When this game started, with how dominant that pistol round was, and knowing that Copenhagen Flames are just so good on the CT side, I was actually expecting a bit of a stomp early on, so it's kind of refreshing to see that Into the Breach can immediately bounce back, not really let the Flames get too comfortable early on. Now, money isn't amazing for the CT side either, so they do kind of rely on having to win this round. You can see that Bird from Sky has had to opt for a Desert Eagle as well, because there's not really a lot he can do with the amount of money he has. Regali's AWP is going to have to be the difference maker. A little rough that one of their teammates has already been tagged up. ITB, on the other hand, they're just working this slow.
It's the D round. Oh, this could be huge. Spots ahead. Oh, doesn't wait though. Pulls the trigger. Instant trade. That's fast from Into the Breach.
Yeah, I mean, what can he do there, right? Because their next step is to look at him, so he's gonna have to go to pull the trigger. Bird from Sky is continuing to dish out the damage from vents. He manages to get 2, and even... Oh, it's actually Draken that ends his teammate's life, but regardless, Bird from Sky set it up. Now it's only Adam and Draken remaining. As it feels a little haphazard, they still have to account for TMB if they do decide to go over towards the B side, and TMB doesn't want to show himself. Smoke deployed, mobility achieved. Blow walk onto the site, and now it's Regali's job to convey the information about where these players are so that TMB can comfortably find a duel. They know that Regali scoped in from ramp because a player was close enough to find that information. TMB now peeking out. Thomas reigns supreme, but the bomb has been planted. Draken, he's done some incredible clutches for his team before, but can he do it again? He has the courtesy of the smoke to allow him a bit of a curtain to play around, but when these peaks start to come through, it's going to be a checkmate. Draken falls, the Flames with another round.
That's a big time for them to step up as well. AK upgraded into everyone with those big rifles. CT side, 2 AKs and an AWP. Solid. And yeah, just stopping into the breach from taking the lead, I think, is the most important thing there. They will have money to buy into the next round. Cypher a little bit strapped for it. Draken can't afford an AWP, but Adam could drop him one. A quick technical pause here for the into the breach side. When we get back into this.
That the good old doorbell again?
Maybe. Ordered loads of Amazon parcels.
Mm-hmm.
Porsche Loaner's Guide to Esports. 50 copies, all arriving individually.
The onliner's manual.
An onliner's manual. I don't know, is that a...
I'm going to write that book.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You got any good publishers in Pakistan?
No, but I've got a printer at home, so...
Yeah, that'll do.
Yeah, just racking up a bill, like an inkjet bill that just destroys my country's economy.
I always wonder, right, with like things like that. If you're, let's say you're at an office and you get unlimited ink, or the same thing for, right, just an example, right? Here in the UK, I mean, I rent my own house. It's not like a student house or anything. It's just like a normal house, but I've got lots of friends that are in student housing, and they get included in their monthly bill. They get like free gas and electric and things like that. All of their bills are included, and a lot of the time in the contract, there's no like terms that say you're only allowed to use a certain amount or anything like that. So, what is necessarily stopping you from renting like a student property, getting your gas and electric included in your monthly bill, and then just setting up like a crypto farm and like getting loads of hot tubs? Like my hot tub, you know, when I have my hot tub permanently heated, so I have it keeping at a constant temperature, with the current energy prices, it costs £10 a day to run in electricity, right? So imagine, right? You just student property, gas and electric included. I set up a crypto farm. I have a hot tub on 37 degrees at all times.
And then you're running like a 70-meter extension cable down out of your house, and you're letting people charge their Teslas.
And that, yeah, you can... like 100 kilowatt hour battery charge.
That's like the biggest grift you can do. Like out of your own home as well.
You know, I single-handedly max out the power grid. Alternatively, I could just hook up to like a pylon. That was a bad idea.
Yeah.
It's illegal and very dangerous.
Hmm. I mean, I don't know. You could also consider getting a job, like.
Oh yeah, this isn't.
That's
a real
like
job.
an option.
That's what my parents say, man. When are you going to get a real job? So shut up. This is
What
my
are you
job.
talking? What are you talking about? Borup's about to go for the clutch, and I'm about to talk over it.
Yeah. Do you get that? They say for us, when are you going to become a doctor?
No, they tell me they're proud of me because I'm making foreign income and Pakistani wages suck.
Ah, no, that's fair enough. That's reasonable. Well, nice opening pick from Rouse. Getting in by himself. Dovo playing a dangerous game. Regali. I'm not even sure where he's found that kill. Is that outside? No, it's aggressive towards ramp. Perfect. A two-man advantage. Even support now coming his way in the form of Rouse in case they try and pressure into him. Regali can get the hell out of there. really good start.
Yeah, pretty much no options allowed for into the breach at all before they even head onto a bomb site. You've already got an op waiting for them. You've had Rawls get a kill with no HP being subtracted from his life. As I say that, Regali's going to be able to find another kill. I mean, granted, he does get traded after it, but the job's already done. Into the breach, they've only got a couple players. Dabo switched over to the AWP, but Rawls is in such a difficult position to clear. The slow peek through, Burp from Sky serving as a distraction for Rawls to do the heavy lifting here. Ooh, I think his barrel might have been spotted. Maybe tunnel vision into him. Headshots there. And Dabo quickly knows that he's got no business attending his own funeral here. Just wants to back off. But 15 seconds remaining. I'm sure they want to hunt him down.
Dabo. Surely no chance. Okay, Rouse takes a little while to pull the trigger there. He just wanted to make sure the head lined up. Little did he know he's actually 8 HP. Could have shot him anywhere, and he would have fallen. And another solid round from him. The CTs really start to rack them up quite nicely. It's actually bizarre. Dabo lined up with his teammate, so Regali hit the collab, but didn't quite finish off Dabo. 4-2, the scoreline sits. Should be 5 here, though, as Into the Breach don't have cash to work with in this next. Copenhagen Flames getting off to a pretty decent start here on Nuke. It got a little bit shaky when Into the Breach tied things up. They had a lot of confidence and were quite consistently just bombarding this A-bomb site. Now things have slowed down a little bit. Regali with the AWP once again having a big impact. I said at the start of this series, you've got to watch out for him. He's a very explosive player that at the start of a map will cause you a lot of problems. Then he starts to slow down, right? He doesn't necessarily always keep up that kind of pressure throughout. But we're in round number 7. He's on 8 kills. He's still hungry for more.
Oh, Rawls is primed and ready. Quickly realizes that there's a flash and he doesn't have to really press the issue here. He's going to allow them some comfort as far as ramp is concerned. Backing off here is totally fine. Not really any need to press it any further, but Dabo's managed to creep up from heaven. Regali's caught. There's still a couple players actually on the A site from the CTs. Borup is putting his head on a swivel and finding 2 kills here. And once again, the AWP player locked out. Dabo wants to go for a save. So I was toying with an idea the other day, right? So a lot of people have been talking about how, like, this has been like an age-old question, right? Like, how do you take care of this the saving epidemic on maps like Inferno, right? Right. So I was thinking, there's a skill-based way of going about it.
Mm-hmm.
If all CTs can go over to the CT spawn, if they can all go over to T spawn, like they can rush the enemy's base, it instantly sets off the bomb. So like if you just planted the bomb but all the CTs are already in T spawn, it should immediately set off the bomb and they get a save, right? So what that does is it incentivizes them to like actually push T spawn and go for a decisive save and signal to the game that they're going for a save, right? And it also encourages the Ts to play a little bit more differently, to have somebody stop them from doing that.
That's kind of cool. I kind of like that. I am actually a big fan of that. I think I've said before, I can't remember if it was in a broadcast with you, but like the idea of, in Valorant on some maps, they have those like teleporters.
Yeah.
Yeah. Something like that would work on a map like Inferno. Even though I wouldn't be a fan of it. I'm not saying they should do this, but in terms of just speeding up those rotations, it works, right? It's why I'm a big fan of Overpass. I love the dynamic that the CTs can have, just bouncing between the A-bomb site and then being able to hold B from heaven. Such fast rotations means that you can, play this sort of very loose CT side, whereas on Inferno, you haven't got that same kind of luxury. Adam does catch out Rouse, spots one towards ramp as well. If he hits that kill onto Regali, we might have had a round on our hands, but without it, Dabo left high and dry. Bomb miles away from his location. Does have the timing on the man on site, but isn't going to expect a second, surely. But from Sky's actually made noise. Dobbo, how has he slipped away from that alive?
Yeah, a little too good on the movement there, but so is Bird from Sky.
Oh, he's missed a shot, Dobbo.
I like how Dobbo's just playing KZ at this point. He's playing Surf, he's playing KZ, he's just running around.
Get up the ladder, plant on the site. No,
oh my god, what am I watching?
Oh, he'll actually get the plant as well. I mean, fair play to him. That's sick.
Yeah, pretty solid bomb plant, actually. I didn't think he would have a chance here, but props to him. But yeah, I do think like having all the CTs push something like T-spawn, if they want to go for a save and then immediately having only a 3-second countdown to explode the bomb, that makes sense because it's still very skill-based, right? Because you still have to do something. It's not like you just instantly press a button and you've moved on to the next round. No, you actually have to take control with all players into a position. And then you would also have like cool little dynamics, like let's say if you have 4 players alive, right, and 3 players are already in T-spawn, then one of them would be incentivized to like go fight and like essentially kill himself faster, so that it triggers the next round sooner. Like little dynamics like that, I think that would be very interesting. Or like having a wait back in T-spawn just to cast him on the rotation.
Yeah, that could work. Yeah, I actually quite like that. Because at the moment, I feel like there's way too many places to just fall away and save on Inferno, and even hunting is quite difficult, right? But yeah, it's about having sort of a location where, they're aiming to get to this position, so let's try and stop them. But then at the same time, if the Ts are then constantly stacked up towards the T-spawn to stop you from saving, then I suppose you just go and save in pit or something, don't you? And then nothing changes. I like the idea. 6-2, just pistols here for Into the Breach. As the rounds keep slipping away from them. Now at this point, a 6-2 scoreline, absolutely fine. T-side of Nuke, still enough rounds left to be played in the half to pull together a few more. 5 or 6 is really the benchmark you're looking for. However, if that doesn't go their way, then there's a bit of a problem. The Eagles connect for a bit of damage, but Bird from Sky instantly traded, and Into the Breach are going to pressure onto this B site.
Man, Rawls' position could have been intercepted there because there were 2 players watching. But with the bomb being brought down, this is already such a difficult endeavor for Into the Breach. Flashbang avoided by Rawls. Very little HP available on Rusty. Just a matter of keeping them off the bomb. Just toss that utility. Have rotations come through. And I like how Rawls doesn't even pressure this any further. Instead, he's just going to back off. There's not really any reason to continually fight the bomb. Instead, play the numbers. They know that they're going to have to spend extra time just getting that bomb. And then they have to spend even more time just trying to win that 3 versus 2. So, good effort from them, but still doable for Into the Breach. Regali watching the angle. They're about to emerge from. Door starts to get breached here. Rusty will fall, and with only 1 player being available on the site now, there's not a lot that Draken can do, aside from maybe get a kill, but even that will be denied. Copenhagen Flames, very convincing.
Got a little bit worrying there for a second in the 3 versus 2, but they've done well to not take any further casualties following it. There we go. Not a bad start from Into the Breach, but no bomb plant. They don't really get anything too crazy out of this pistol buy. In the next round, that's where the big guns will come out. That's where they really do need to fight back. If they lose it, we could be staring down the barrel of a 9-2 scoreline. Quick tactical pause before getting into this one. Draken buys up that AWP. Rest of his teammates will have those rifles to come out as well. On the other side of things, a really solid buy and lots of money behind them. Copenhagen Flames have been accumulating these rounds and building up the money with it quite nicely.
I'm starting to get a little worried for Into the Breach, because if they can't get to that 4 to 5 round mark, then There's a very big chance that the Flames close it out 2-0 and into the breach with how good of an effort it was in Inferno. You really don't want that to happen after such a masterful performance on their opponent's map pick. You don't want them to falter so soon. Into the breach once again, feeling like headless chickens as they're running around outside, being caught through the smoke, being caught by players left and right. No amount of space is going to forgive them here for losing 2 members. And even Adam's transgression there goes punished. Maybe the only in they still have into this round is the fact that Dabo is still able to go into secret, but even if he tries to go for the plant, he's going to be punished very quickly. Heavily relying on Dragon to make a move now. That's just a position that the A1S is so powerful on.
Yes, it is. We stressed the importance of this round at the very start of it. Now Draken left with a mammoth task. Actually just saving this AWP, and it's not going to happen. Borup takes him out. There we go, 8-2. Copenhagen Flames, really solid. And once again, they're going to be up against the weak bye here. Good chance to make it 9. Bearing in mind they won the first map, their map pick of Inferno. It came super, super close, but they were able to take it over the top. Now they've got this confidence, this momentum behind them on Nuke. I think they've got a good chance of closing this one out.
Yeah, you can see that they're starting to get a little desperate now. Rushing out the door, just trying to get the bomb into the vents, but even that's going to be denied. It's just a matter of time before they get shipped away once more. Copenhagen Flames pretty much guaranteeing that 9th, and even that AWP is not going to present itself. Nasty shot from Regali. Borup with the follow-up as well. And it's very likely that Copenhagen Flames take it to double digits before Into the Breach can really make something work. Last chance to stop it right here before they get into an economic pitfall once again. Draken on the op, loads of utility on everybody else, but the monstrous economy of the Flames cannot be doused before the next half, pretty much. Early smoke deployed. It's very likely that they're going to want to go for a faster push or some kind of faster control. At least they're contesting outside early on. Look at this positioning from Rouse. He's playing that pixel angle where he can only see a sliver of their body, and as soon as he does, he's just going to pop the Molotov. So, still a very passive style of play. ITB looking kind of lost.
Weapons out. TMB with a brilliant position. Aggressive outside. Hasn't merited him anything just yet, but he stayed patient. Now, they're about to come his way. Smoke might obscure his vision, but he's got Regali. Aggressive on red box as well. A brilliant position. As soon as he takes contact, he'll be under pressure. Needs to hit the second shot, and he does. TMB to provide the support. Regali maybe a little bit greedy there, over-aggressive, but it doesn't matter. TMB can trade it regardless. And Dobbo, a big whiff. Bird from Sky takes him out 10-2. Again, no bomb plant. Only 1 kill found for the Into the Breach side. They've got to go down to another weak bye.
Weak buys here and there, and the interesting thing is when Copenhagen Flames started this half, right? They had 2 rounds, and then Into the Breach immediately bounced back with 2, and I thought it was going to be a much closer affair, but after that, it's been round after round. Copenhagen Flames have just been punching down. Pistols have been brought out by Into the Breach once again. It seems like they're heavily relying on their CT side to pay off some dividends, but uncomfortable.
Awkward. Borup can trade it though, so back into the 4-on-4. Bird from Sky. Timing pretty perfect from fall off that angle. Spots the heads and doesn't actually stick around. Hits a dink, but comes off the angle. Wants to take a more passive approach as they funnel into it. Only good for 1, but lots of damage dealt. Surely no chance at a bomb plant here as Dobbo starts to aggress. Rouse about to spot his head. Rips it clean off his shoulders. That's perfect.
Yeah, you can see the desperation come to light when they're pushing through smokes, when they're just trying to get this damn bomb down. It's about as convincing as a CT side can be, and honestly, after the performance from Into the Breach on Inferno, I really expected a lot more, but unfortunately, they're making quick work of this squad. You can see that Draken just wants to fight, like sort of find some kind of comfortable fight, or at least put himself in the position where he wants to die, because he wants to have that loss bonus, 3,400, a lot better than carrying over that M4. Especially when he's risking the chance of dying there at the end.
They've done well to recover that one after taking the early casualty and losing a bit of control over towards B. Rouse, as always, cool as a cucumber. Really, really going above and beyond right now. Is he sat 18-3?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's unreal.
I mean, Regali's going 15-4. Everybody's sitting on a very nasty KDR, aside from Burt from Sky, and he's sort of the person that's been putting himself in difficult spots, so you can't even blame him.
And he's the IGL, right?
Yeah.
He's making the big calls.
Oh, I really like this Molotov, because it's going to sort of sell the idea that there's nobody here defending Secret, but TMB's actually playing up close, so it's probably not going to get checked. Beautifully done.
Fake.
Mm-hmm. Love to see that kind of microaggression. Macaulay might have hit that shot if you weren't scoping in as that player crossed over, but at least they have information on red. Burt from Sky gets caught with his pants down as he's tossing out a piece of utility.
Oh, no.
Cypher opens up with two big ones. And now there's actually a chance. They've lost a member in this process, but Cypher is getting this done all with an AK and some elbow grease. And as Regali looks over, oh, that's a little bit of an uncomfortable duel, but Adam will still be punished.
Had late on the timing as well.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, Rouse.
Oh, no! Oh, no way. No way. Cypher's already gotten 3. He needs to go above and beyond once again. Get 5 kills. Get that ace if he wants to pull his team over the finish line. He gets 1 more, but he just can't cut it close enough. No cigar will be presenting itself because Regali gets the double. Man, Cypher doubled his kills in that round, and it's still not enough. 12-2, you're most likely looking at something like 13-2. Even the best case scenario in the T side is unforgivable almost. The price being the series.
This is so sick from Cypher as well, even knowing TMB's location. It's so huge for the 4 kills. Rouse just... It's a massive double on the site. Plays that to perfection. 12-2. Best case scenario, it's a 12-3 half here for Into the Breach. Nothing to be bragging about. They lose this one. It's 13-2. At least they've got the weaponry behind them, though. 4 kills and a bomb plant in that last round, plus the max loss bonus. Does give them a little bit to work with. Draken still on that AWP, but a glass cannon this time. No Kevlar behind it, no utility, but from Sky, TMB, oh my goodness, this is brutal.
Such a comfortable game for Copenhagen Flames, just not even feeling contested. Into the Breach, you're simply not looking like themselves. Keep in mind, they head on over to the CT side, you're looking at 13-2, then you lose a pistol round, you're done.
Yeah,
Last-ditch effort.
Not leave themselves with a margin for error. You're right. Like, you lose pistol round, that's it. Even that as a win condition is a bold one. Draken 1v5, nothing to lose. It's the last round of the half. Could be his time to do something crazy. Frosty's on 1 kill. Swedish start. Absent from Nuke.
You were talking about wanting to see the disparity between Draken and Regali, and so far, Regali's been smurfing.
Oh yeah, it's real prevalent right now.
This looks like one of my average Face-It games.
What, are you Draken?
No, I'm Rusty.
Oh, okay, makes sense. Yeah, I feel like it's quite difficult to T-side AWP on Nuke, unless you're playing outside, which Draken actually wasn't a lot of the time. He was opting for that lobby control with his teammates. It can be very, very difficult to find those opening picks. But yeah, he really brought nothing to that half. It's difficult. 13-2 down. Pistol round underway. A good stack over towards ramp, though. And okay, well, that's one way to bite back, right? A long road ahead, but they've taken the first step there. They've got in the car. They've put their seatbelts on. Now to go on this long journey. BMB looks to try and do as much damage as he can. Okay.
No,
not like this. Oh. That was too close for comfort. 13-3.
Caught me on the edge of my seat there for a second. And yeah, I like how Into the Breeze sort of read into the idea that Copenhagen Flames are probably going to go for a balls to the wall B ramp kind of aggression. The kind where you're just like, yeah, whatever. We've got 3 rounds remaining. Let's just go for a decisive push and try to beat them down just off the basis of firepower. But Into the Breach are ready for it. They get a little too close for sure. I mean, you're definitely right about that. And that does also allow them to have a little bit more money, all things considered. You know, TMB's been able to drop over that AK-47, and otherwise they wouldn't really have had too much money to be able to do that. I want to see if they can make good use of this Tech-9 and AK combo, though. A little bit of utility available. The Flames are feeling quite confident right now, and Adam's going to have a big burden coming his way.
Bams away, pistols funneling into him. Adam can't find any of the kills, does a little bit of damage, but Borop there to pop his head. Norbo left on the site. No rotations have worked their way round just yet. He's on a nice angle, but if he gets overwhelmed by these pistols, he might be in a bit of trouble. Into the breach. Kind of hold the brakes here. They've got Draken coming in from Secret, so in a minute they will be able to confirm that there is still presence. Rouse is watching that back flank, though. And there it is. Big kill. 2-man advantage. Yeah. They should just go up to A here. There it is.
Yeah, that is just a perfect read of the situation by the Flames. They realize that Into the Breach aren't really committing too many members to the B site, so Rawls gets that kill, and they immediately double it back down when they've thrown a convincing enough fake. The CTs quickly realizing they don't have much of a chance, and they try to back off with the A1Ss, but TMB is waiting. He's got one victim. He's getting ready to sink his fangs into Dabo as well. And that's all they need. Rawls with 2 more kills. Copenhagen Flames have shut down Into the Breach. What's the point of winning the pistol round if you're going to falter right after? And keep in mind, that is worse than losing the pistol round, because now you're not going to have any money for both the subsequent rounds. So any chances you have at bringing it back together, they're gone. You're going to have to do it with just pistols.
Deagle's out. Into the breach, fighting for their lives right now. This is a full investment as well. They lose it. Their opponents will be on map point. Massive shot from Cypher. That is ridiculous. Think taken from him, though. Adam tagged up low as well. Shots rattle off. Flames looking to close this one out here.
Okay. Haven't exactly lost all the wind in their sails just yet, but right now they're a canoe against a pirate ship. Okay. Whacking them over the head with quite a few kills here and there. Where the hell were these shots earlier?
Or up. Yeah, I don't know, to be honest. It's a weird time for them to just turn it around, isn't it? Does take a step back, though. Wants to save this M4 into the next. And yeah, this was... I mean, obviously, they're going to have plenty more opportunities to close this out. They've got a massive, massive lead here. But this was their chance. This was their chance to just close it out with ease. Beating the Deagles here would have meant they'd be against like another 2.5k buy in the next round, and they'd have 12 map points. Instead, Into the Breach, still in the picture, still with hope in this match, and Borup doesn't want to peek, doesn't want to be dying after times. He'll carry that across into the next. The fact that he's got no money here, though, because he's saved, does indicate that his team will probably buy around him.
I like to see that preemptive damage control from Copenhagen Flames. You know, go for a timeout immediately. Try to figure out what went wrong. Even if you've got a 10-round margin, keep in mind you're on the T side. That can very quickly start snowballing. You know, Into the Breach, put 3 or 4 more rounds together. Suddenly everything can fall apart. In the meantime, though, go ahead and check out Hellcase. They're our partners. They've got giveaways, events. They've got bonuses. You can get $0.7 on a deposit. You can get 10% to your refills. All you have to do is use the code EDC whenever you open cases and do case battles.
$14-4. Copenhagen Flames with another buy to come into this round, but actually not too much behind them. A Deagle at Tech 9, 3 rifles, not a lot of util. Spams away, Cypher aggressive, takes out TMB. A good start. Into the Breach, still showing signs of life, still showing that they want to fight here. Through adversity, through these rough conditions that they're in right now. 10 rounds down. Rousers managed to slip down secret, but they have been spotted in the process, so maybe a rotate to come through.
Calm before the storm. As soon as Rawl starts to open this door, it's going to be very problematic for the player waiting on top. Adabo is trying not to get distracted. A flashbang to give them a little bit more space, but they're not quite committing just yet. They want to go up the vents. Rawls will be joining them very soon. Double rotations have come forth. Borup gets a kill over towards the A side. Cypher continues to spray, and his multi-kills have been amazing, but they're just not quite enough. Copenhagen Flames, control of the A side. Dabo's coming in from behind. Creeping up vent is the name of the game for him. Rawls has crept into doors. Borup is playing from hut. So they're staying quite far away from the bomb, and they're trying to allow the CTs to make mistakes. Shots missing. But I don't think they're going to expect a second player in here. They're going to evade the door entirely. Borup coming through. This is going to be a difficult one to predict. And Borup just backs off. He knows that Adam's going to get off the bomb. Doesn't even... Double immediately stays on it. Doesn't try to push the battle there. Goes for the insta-defuse again and sticks to it this time around. So nice couple of mind games there. First getting off the bomb and actually sticking to it on the tap.
Yeah, that is very, very well played. Good read from Dobbo. Just nerves of steel after Borop's made that initial aggression. Here's him running back, trying to fake that noise. Thinks that Dobbo's going to get off the C4 again. That's not the case. Copenhagen Flames back down to an eco. Few P250s in play, but nothing much more. We're into the breach. 5 rifles. No AWP on Draken. Hasn't got the money for it, but at least there's a decent amount of firepower behind them, right? We've seen them in the last couple of rounds scrap together with Desert Eagles and whatnot. Here in the 20th, they've got something to fight back with. And it's baby steps. 9 rounds in a row to try and tie up this scoreline. They're taking it one by one. Molly goes in. TMB stuck on the other side of it. Looks like they're going to go for a bit of a burst here towards ramp. Dobbo might be under a bit of pressure.
Honestly, really not a whole lot of pressure. Knowing he's up against the pistols, it's just a matter of him making things clean. At least he gets away with 3 with not really much of a challenge. So it's just a waiting game for the Flames to come back to those weapons. Still, not enough rounds being taken by Into the Breach for me to actually consider a comeback of sorts, but at least they've shown us some embers. It's not quite a roaring flame just yet, but something's there. Something's brewing for sure.
Well, starting off on their T side of this map definitely didn't do them any favours. Now they're on that defence, they're a little more comfortable. So there's a chance for them to pull back something here, but whether they go the full 9 yards is another question. Remember, folks, Endorphy, one of our partners here at the EDC, if you do want to go check them out, there's a banner down below. Give it a click, see what they've got to offer. They've got some brilliant peripherals for sale. Rifles out again. Still no AWP in play. Into the breach. Opt against it. Just the 5 rifle setup for Copenhagen Flames. The AK's out. The utility with it. Helmets all round. Outside control on the menu once again. Adam playing deep in the garage, so won't spot anything on the cross. But with the wall of smokes there, he'll start to sort of guess it. They'll entertain the idea that maybe they've crossed. No sound cues given up, though. A lot of control gained here for the Flames.
Actually, they're going for a bit of a slower approach. They're not really trying to pressure any area of the map particularly, but the problem with that is that they've also allowed Dabo to have a little bit too much free reign when it comes to this position. And as TMB is lining up the smoke, his position will be very, very telegraphed. Had TMB delayed that smoke, he would have had full information on Dabo crossing over, but Dabo has done so much off the back of that position. Draken starts to spray them down, is only good for 1. Copenhagen Flames are relying on just getting the bomb down, just getting that economic buff, but that's something that Into the Breach will steal away from them.
Oh man, everything that could have gone wrong there really did. TMB being caught out with the smoke in hand. As you say, if he delays that by a second, he spots Dobbo. They'd have that info. Well, that wouldn't have happened. Rouse finding the first kill of the round to put them into a 4-on-2 situation, and the B-bomb site was already lost at that point. 14-7, back onto an eco here for the Flames. Every passing minute Into the Breach seems to come closer to actually pulling this off, which would be absolutely nuts. Remember, this is the qualification game. Loser knocked out of the tournament. Winner goes through to the playoffs. And Into the Breach, they aren't ready to bow out just yet. 8th on the board. Of course, it's an eco round, but still good frags, we'll call it. They're starting to put up the numbers. They're starting to build up the confidence.
Yeah, I've always said this about comebacks, you know? If you can get to that double digits mark, suddenly it's not a comeback anymore. It's just a close game, right? So if Into the Breach can just get past this couple of these final couple of obstacles, then maybe we can have them in the conversation. But still, they still almost need to double up their rounds to come to Copenhagen Flames. They need to get 6 more rounds. A long way to go, but at least they've proven that they've got the metal to do just that. And they still have 1 lifeline in the bag. They don't immediately get knocked out if they lose this round. They still have something to fall back onto.
It's back to the battle. Regali versus Draken. Draken, of course, had a very slow start in this one. But now with the sniper out once again, might be able to do some big damage. Adam, spam lined up perfectly, but didn't connect the shots. A bit of pressure applied, though. Rouse through this smoke into secret. Makes noise, fakes it. Stomps around, wants to sell this, the idea to Adam that actually that is where they're headed. Instead, looks like it's going to be a hit towards a Regali. Ready for the man in the smoke. Cypher gone. Man advantage here for the Flames. This is their best chance they've had in a while of pushing themselves onto map point.
Nice shot from Bird from Sky, and these two players being collected, you're absolutely right. This is their one chance where they can still hold on to their mental, make sure that it doesn't melt. Rusty peeks in, Regali can find the shot, and Draken will now start to get desperate. Two very important kills, but unfortunately the third follow-up isn't there, which would have brought it down to a 2v2. Would have been a lot more salvageable. And Havo just needs to back off, needs to keep this AK in contention for the next round, because Rusty, Draken, Cypher, they've only got that 1400 loss bonus lined up, so at least one of them could use that AK. The Flames now flirting with the finish line. They could close it out 2-0 right now, but Into the Breach have at the very least shown us they're not going to shy away from a comeback.
Yeah, we've seen in these last few rounds that Copenhagen Flames are mortal, right? Into the Breach have sort of found this magic recipe of how to beat them. Couple of unfortunate duels not going their way in this one, and sort of faked out by that B presence as well. Copenhagen Flames quite consistently in these last 3 or 4 rounds have been leaning towards that B control. So as soon as that wall of smokes goes up again, you hear Rouse making noise towards Secret as well. You do start to pull those rotations over, especially when the sound cues almost felt accidental, right? He actually took a tick of damage from the molly and things like that. So it's these ideas of, okay, one of them's taking a tick of damage from the molly. I've just heard a step in Secret as well. I think they're going down to B. Really sold it quite nicely. 15-8, those 7 chances for Copenhagen Flames to close this one out and take it 2-0. AWP's out on either side once again. A solid buy here for Into the Breach. They're using all their reserve cash because they've got nothing to lose. Rusty. Oh no, peeks a little too wide, shows an elbow. Regali tears it off.
Adam finds a glitch in the Matrix and he's willing to capitalize. One more mistake is going to end Into the Breach's tournament life. They did a good job at keeping Estonia at bay, but Copenhagen Flames is the real challenge. Cypher getting exploratory, but his angle's being challenged, and Borup will fell him. 4-on-2. Very difficult task for Draken and Dabo to try to bring it back from. Into lobby they go. They're just trying to catch a player that's sneaking into the door. TMB already has full B control. They've given up A. Borup has outside, so lots of control being given up, but also at the same time, they've kind of devised these players from the D-side squad, so it's still very doable. Dabo, this is your only chance, and he's able to find 2. I'm stumbling over my words because this could still be an Into the Breach round. Draken, his position could have been given up there, but he finds a shot, and suddenly from a 4v2, Draken and Dabo, they've shown us a masterclass in clutching, but they still need to close this one out. Regali trying to find the last, but Draken has kept it close. Into the Breach, into round number 25. Totally uncharacteristic of Flames to fumble it like this, but they did.
Yeah, that is rough. That is seriously rough. Very well played from Draken and Dorbo. The fact that TMB doesn't actually get that trade is ridiculous, right? While Dorbo's attention's diverted towards the other man, the man towards the hell position. Oh my goodness, Adam, what a start. Nade stack, airstrike, slam dunk, whatever you want to call it. Rouse gone. And if Into the Breach take this round, Copenhagen Flames have no money left, and ITB are onto double digits. We're within 5, which, considering we, not too long ago, were looking at a 14-3 scoreline, is pretty impressive. Cypher still chipping away at him. Oh, he's just absolutely demolishing right now. The Flames might even try and save this AWP. There's really not much more they can bring into this.
Yeah, just look at the money on Burt from Sky, TMB, and Rawls. Even with that 3,400 loss bonus, if they've been winning consistently, or rather losing consistently, it's a very difficult spot to be in. Dabo eventually falls. He's got to make sure they keep these rounds close, because keep in mind, the CT side is very expensive. If they lose 3 players per round, they will continually have to play against a wall, because they're going to keep going down in terms of economy. Adam's going to prevent that outcome, and now double digits for Into the Breach. Quick reminder, I mean, you already said it, but I think it's worth reiterating. It was 14-3 at some point. It was pretty much a done deal, packaged, stamped, and sent. But it's been intercepted at the post office, and Into the Breach still wants something to say about it.
Well, a full eco here again from the Flames. Into the Breach will be able to comfortably make this 11. I mean, to be fair, if they don't, that'd be one hell of a way of closing it, right? Super one-sided game, it then gets a bit close, and then you get it done with Glocks. One way of adding a bit of insult to injury, but likely that the Flames falter here in round number 26, and we'll see Into the Breach draw closer to this finish line. Obviously playing for overtime right now. 15 already secured here for the Flames, so close games, what we expect. Draken continuing to pick them apart. There we go. Starting to build up a bit of confidence with this AWP. A 4K for him in that round. Again, just up against Glocks, but bearing in mind he's had a slow start here on Nuke, that's definitely going to build up his confidence. The guns will come back out again here for the Flames. It's an important round for them to win. Otherwise, things really do start to get close.
Yeah, things are already about as close as they can get, honestly. I would not have believed you if you told me this was going to be a close game at all after that initial bloodbath. And you know what? I think Copenhagen Flames are starting to realize this as well. They've been realizing this for a long time now. That's why they went for that early timeout. They realized that they don't really have too much depth when it comes to their T side. And the one chance they had at closing it out, that 4v2, botching that, if this is what takes us to map number 3, I would be so surprised. We've already gotten past that point. Burst from Sky trying to find the AWP player, and he does. That is Draken falling. Draken, the clutch player that has done so much for his team, will now be in the coffin. Cypher has crept past. His position is going to be very crucial, but now the question is whether or not he sticks to it, or if he tries to get Explorator. He has to. Backs off now to try to assist everybody else, and outside control is the name of the game for the T's.
Adam under so much pressure here as the flashes rain over. They'll start to come his way. Chipping up for the first. No, it's Messi. Spins to his right. Rouse takes care of him. Bird from Sky does a lot of damage through the smoke as well. Maybe doesn't realise. But a two-man advantage. 35 seconds on this clock. Dobbo's positions everything here.
Oh yeah, getting that kill on Bird from Sky was very essential. And the big thing that could work out for the CTs is the fact that they've got the timer on their side. Players moving in from Heaven. One player over towards Ramp, trying to keep Dobbo busy, and now they're going to start to commit towards his bottom bomb site. Dobbo needs to open that door. He needs to try and interrupt the bomb plan. He tries to peek through the smoke, but now the bomb is down. Rusty and Cypher, they simply don't have the HP. They don't have the budget to allow them to go for the retake, but they still try to push the issue. Cypher, you've gone big. You've got a chance yet again. I cannot believe they try to do it time and time again. But they still have this obstacle to go past. 2v2 is not going to be easy. Rawls and Borup, they know they've bossed the ball before. Rusty gets another bar up, could be stopping it right here. Cypher's missing shots, but Cypher's gotten it. Clutch after clutch into the breach. They've been sticking onto this by a miracle. 2 4v2s denied.
Draken taken out at the start of the round. You think, oh man, that's a big spike missing. That's the clutch master gone. And Cypher says, hold my beer. Really unfortunate, Dobbo's positioning there. The bomb was actually planted in a bit of an irregular position. He peeked it, expecting it to be in the corner. It was actually a little bit to the left, so he was more exposed than he needed to be. And then Cypher, a huge 3K. The fact that he's even anticipated the man coming in from Secret as well, just snappy as all hell. Adam spams, does do a bit of damage onto Regali. He can't stay on the angle as he takes a step back. 15-12. When you break this down into buy rounds, it's a hell of a lot closer than it seems. Big pick from Regali though, man advantage.
So many bailouts have been afforded courtesy of the individuals. When they lost Draken, I thought they were going to be counted out, but forgot to mention the big man Cypher himself. Dobbo's been pulling his weight as well. Adam's been a little lackluster, but still a chance for him to continue to prove his worth. Only 3 rounds remaining before we see an even Steven scoreline. But a kill's been collected on Dobbo, and Nuke is very easy to punish on, even with lower numbers. Very little HP on Regali. Always going to be under threat. Oh, I like this little microplay from TMB. He's smoking our garage to feign presence. He's trying to show that there's nobody outside. That's why they're so comfortable with smoking garage. But instead, there's a player that's gone all the way around, is going towards heaven, and they're creating enough of a ruckus, enough damage to convince the team that they have decided to go towards A. But now their information, the way they've telegraphed it, it's not going to be suitable for the CTs. They've actually rotated all the way around. Perfect read from the CTs. They've gotten ready for this B push. Adam gets one, can deny the bomb plant as well. Doesn't even need to, because Cypher's good for it. Rawls, in the midst of all the madness, he only gets one, but what is that reaction from Into the Breach?
Yeah, that's absolutely massive. Blowing off one of the doors as well. It favors the CT side. Regali actually opened things up with the opening duel. And things go sour when they head down to B. Felt like all of the stars aligned for the Flames. Now they're in trouble. They have got money on 3, but Borup and Regali with 3,500 can't bring too much into this. So they're going to call a quick tactical pause. I think the outcome of this is they'll go for some pistols here. They'll have a full investment going into round number 29. Or at least I hope so, for their sake. But a chance for Into the Breach to take this to overtime. This was a hope for them. A distant desire, 20 minutes ago. Now it's a real reality. They've gone for the force buy. Oh my god. Orp dropped over to Regali. Galil out. Bird from Sky with the Galil on the floor as well. They're going to have a crack at this with 2 weak buys instead of 1 strong one. See if they can get it done here.
Lots of utility deployed over towards the A side early on. Copenhagen Flames. You can tell that they're getting quite desperate, just throwing everything at a wall to see what sticks, but nothing's been sticking for about 10 rounds now. It would be devastating for Into the Breach if they lose now. Keep in mind, they've exhausted quite a bit of their utility early as well. They've only got a few flashbangs and a full set of utility on Draken. And I kind of like the patience here from Copenhagen Flames. They're allowing Into the Breach to start making mistakes, just use a little bit of their utility and try to take matters in their own hands. But Into the Breach, they're not budging. They're playing it very passively. They know that Copenhagen Flames have had a very difficult time penetrating any of these bomb sites, so good decision-making from them. But it comes down to 45.
Big opening pick from Draken. The Copenhagen Flames desperate to buy a bit of space here, but they haven't really been able to. Adam down here in secret as well. Bomb in the open. Oh, Draken still holding it. Rao's been spotted outside as well. It's an absolute shutdown. Bird from Sky in a brilliant position, but he arrives to the party too late. 2 kills found. Had he have turned up a moment earlier, they would have been able to, get out of the squeaky door. Draken's position wouldn't have been such a problem. But 15 to 14, $3,400 in the bank for all the members. Copenhagen Flames really looking at overtime right now. They've botched 2 4 versus 2 situations in their favor. And now they've got to get it done with whatever the hell's about to come out, to be honest. Galils, a couple of Mac 10s maybe. This is rough.
This is... I'll be honest, Into the Breach have proven their quality as a team already, right? This is no longer about proving themselves as a team. This is about just actually making it to the next stage in the tournament, because they've definitely spooked Copenhagen Flames. They've proven that they can be a monstrous CT side team. And unfortunately for the Flames, they've proven that they don't exactly have a great T-side either.
Spams through the smoke, Adam. Just slip down. And yeah, you're right. Their T-side's been pretty abysmal here on Nuke. Both teams have really struggled on their attack. Regali
instead of an AWP down to a Deagle here. It certainly would be one way of getting it done. I mean, the Flames did it on hard mode on Inferno, right? They found themselves on 15. Things got a little bit dicey. And just when it looked like Into the Breach were going to take it to overtime, a masterful call from Bird from Sky swung it the other way. They have taken control of Secret, though. Dobbo here in the ramp. TMB. Ooh. Almost caught out by Cypher.
Yeah, he's just trying to serve as a distraction, though, towards the A side because they want to make sure the B site will be taken very easily. Borat with a kill with the Molotov. TMB gets one. Bird from Sky gets another. And now we're back onto the 2v4. It's time to do it a third time. Rusty and Draken this time around. Cypher, the big clutcher, is not going to be available. Rusty, he's going to have to fight against 3 because they're all waiting in the same position. It's a very difficult duel. It's pretty much a checkmate. And as Rusty falls, this is a disaster for Into the Breach. 14 rounds. They've almost made it. It could have ended right there. It could have been overtime. But Draken, he falls, and Copenhagen Flames, they're going to get away with yet another 16-14. That is such a devastating position for Into the Breach to be in.
Oh, that's rough. That is really, really rough, and definitely no coincidence. Copenhagen Flames, that lifeline adrenaline when they're in round number 30 and they say we absolutely have to win this, otherwise we're in trouble, is where they really, really do thrive. And another brilliant call as well, presumably from Bird from Sky. TMB's positioning there was fantastic. That identified the fact that constantly, when they were going down towards Secret and things like that, the A players were rotating down vent, right? So TMB's job there is A, to sell a bit of a fake with his util, but B, to either delay or stop those rotations coming in from the ventilations. And that's what he does. He sells a fake, he keeps the CTs busy on the A site for a few moments, and then he actually gets a kill on the rotation as well, which, bearing in mind he only had a Tech 9, is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, and like the narrative of this game is just so insane to me, right? Because Copenhagen Flames, they looked like they were smurfing at first, right? And then they struggle. They ended 16-14. Again, over on Nuke, they looked like they were smurfing.